Hello. Uh, we're starting a new series today. We're doing BattleTech. Where am I? I appear to be missing. Hold on, give me a second. There I am. Okay, this is a little bit of a tech fumble, but... Oh, yes. Okay. New series, BattleTech. I love BattleTech as an IP. It's one of my childhood favorite formative, you know, you know the deal. A childhood thing that sticks with you for quite a while. Uh, so I am I'm not entirely sure how this is going to go because I mentioned in my last stream I wasn't happy. My computer's a bit of a potato, and this is a bit of an intensive game, so hopefully it's going to go okay. But uh, enough of that rambling. I have something we need to see first. We have a little intro to watch, so let's go on with that. This should set up basic history of the setting. Anyone who doesn't know that it's 1,000 years in the future, mankind is spread out across the galaxy and has devolved into... Well, no, you'll see. I'll just let this play. So this is testing the first FTL transit drive. And here we are establishing our first colony on Tau Ceti 14. And, yeah, 1,000 years in the future, humanity spreads out across the galaxy. Interesting to note for BattleTech is that there's no aliens in the setting. No, like, intelligent alien species. So eventually, after colonizing a huge swath, we form something called the Star League, which is a unified government of all the various great houses that formed during the expansion period, and we develop BattleMechs to supplant existing conventional forces on the battlefield. And then Star League breaks down in what is called the Succession Wars, a series of devastating wars that set humanity back. We lose hundreds of years of technological progress, especially in like the periphery of the known space. And eventually it all collapses into a series of great houses. And we are on the very end. This game takes place at the very end of that, or the outermost section of explored space called the periphery. So I'm not going to babble on too much. Let's just get started. We're just going to do a standard campaign. We can change some rules about how salvage works and whatever, but we're just going to play standard. You know, I always see the default settings as like the developer intended experience, so I like to stick with them unless I want to specifically try to go for something. So, this is a turn-based tactics game. It's pretty similar to tabletop BattleTech. If you ever played that, I recommend it. I've got a little box of, BattleTech miniatures from decades ago, from when I was just a kid. Had a go at painting up some of those. Played a few matches here and there, but I never, no one else was into it, so, they kind of just went into the closet for a while. Yeah, so tabletop tabletop BattleTech is actually a really fun system. Lots of little tiny nuances and details. You're tracking all sorts of information, like every time you fire a weapon, you have to track how much heat it generates, and if you go over a certain heat threshold, your mech shuts down, and you have individual armor pips that get burned through every time you take a hit, and facing what direction your mech is facing actually matters because only certain aspects can be hit, or armor on certain aspects will take the hits, whereas if you're facing one way as opposed to the other, Um, I'm just kind of rambling, aren't I? Waiting for this loading screen. This is what I was worried about, these loading screens. I don't have an SSD, and BattleTech is a game that would really benefit from having one. So please bear with me. I mean, it doesn't normally take this long. Okay, there we go.
I am Kamea of House Arano, High Lady of the Oregon Reach, Protector of Coromadir, and the Sword of Restoration. But I am not a hero, no matter what the stories say. A hero would have sacrificed more, compromised less. A hero would have done better. You know this, of course. You were there. My father used to tell me stories about the ancient times. About the Star League, a golden age of prosperity, upheld by the great mech warriors of old, guardians of the innocent, protectors of the peace. I always dreamed of following in their footsteps. I was too young to see the truth of things. After all, it wasn't heroism or a noble cause that won me the throne. It was hiring a mercenary, skilled enough, perhaps ruthless enough, to carry the day.
That's us.
Hiring you. I still don't know if you fought for honor or for the thrill of it, for belief in my cause, or just in my money. But whether it was your noble heart or mercenary mind, your actions gave us hope. That makes you a hero in the eyes of history. Whether you believe it, that's up to you.
Okay, well, that's the campaign intro. I have one criticism about this. I don't want to come off like negative from the very start, but it's a story told retroactively, and it kind of I don't like retroactive storytelling unless it's done really well, because it oh wait, maybe I should read that. Because it, like, as you'll see, things will happen, but because it's told retroactively, we know that things are going to turn out a certain way, so it kind of takes the punch out of it. And you know, Camilla explaining or questioning our motivation and whatnot, like, you know, obviously that's going to be up to the player to decide, but it's kind of laying it on the table, you know, we have two directions to go. But, you know, whatever. We'll see the story as it plays out. So, the Oregon Reach, small kingdom in the rumored periphery. That's at the very extents of the explored space. Region, yeah, okay, it says that right there. Yeah, home to a Oregon coalition federation organized around a parliamentary monarchy and ruled by the Arano family. For three generations under the rule of House Arano, the Oregon coalition has remained a relatively peaceful corner of the periphery, and is here where the story begins. So this is just a quick little character background thing. This doesn't matter too much. If you want to read the lore of the BattleTech, I highly recommend it, actually, because it's interesting, and there's a lot of it. So we have the great houses. There's 5 great houses, and there's some, you know, minor states. The great houses, obviously, just from the name of it, they're the most powerful governments in operation still. What we go for doesn't really matter as you know, gameplay wise. It's just a story thing. We're just going to go with the Federated Sons because they're kind of like the protagonist faction. Okay, we are a mercenary, or no, not a mercenary yet. We are of noble birth. We soon established a comfortable presence in a small backwater system on the edge of the Oregon space. By the time you're born, your family, ruling nobility, this is just background fluff. We start with a blackjack, which is not a very good medium mech. We'll see. We'll take a look at this when we get in there. We did have a mentor, old Mastiff Montgomery here. And now this is where we actually have to make a choice, because we have certain stats that get affected by our background here. Now, having played this before, I kind of have an idea of where I want to go, what I want to focus on, but it's not terribly important to, like, this doesn't lock you into anything. You can easily, you know, make up for any kind of deficiencies just from going through, or just, you know, gaining experience as a pilot in the campaign. But this gives you a decent starting point. I think you can get enough skill points to, like, unlock certain abilities just right away. So I think we're going to want, like, gunnery and guts as our two primaries. Is there anyone? There we go. Family was betrayed. Your family was betrayed and its seat of power destroyed. You defeated the betrayers, but you were the sole surviving member of your house. With nothing but your family's ancestral blackjack left to call your own, you set off to make new life for yourself. Yeah, ancestral blackjack. That's a little thing about this setting is that because the succession wars happened and devastated the humanity's industrial base, you know, throughout colonized space, you know, manufacturing industry has been set back so much that we can't produce a lot of the things that we used to have. One of those being certain BattleMechs. You know, you'd have old stockpiles and you'd have mechs passed down from, you know, passed down in the family, but a lot of them just aren't being produced anymore. It's a lot like you know, Warhammer 40k setting, where technology has become kind of this mystic thing. Not quite as heavy, but there's still some, you know, there's what's called the lost tech out there. So yeah, we have a mech that's been passed down in our family, and that gives us kind of like a status symbol as well, because it's a very expensive, you know, piece of machinery to keep around. So these are all just +1s, no doubles. We're going to go with something with gunnery, so we can either be a coalition soldier or a gladiator. Is there anything else with gunnery? Let's just go with gladiator. After we got betrayed, we you know, went to fight in Solaris, the blood sport arena planet. It's basically the Roman Colosseum, but a planet. I wanted to go gunnery there because obviously, or as you can imagine, the more skill you have in gunnery, the more accurate you are, which will become a pretty major component of our tactics here. Low-level champion, down in your luck, one bad fight away from the gutter until our mentor, Raju Mastiff Montgomery, came and saved us, basically, and gave us a job for doing guard duty for the ruling house of the Regan Reach. And, okay, we have our character maker here. I'm not going to spend so much time on that. Let's just go with that. That seems good. Call signs. Is it too long to fit? Nope. There is... I was looking for like a voice option, but that's fine. So 4 gunnery, 3 guts, that's good enough. I mean, like I said, we can fix that later. High Lord Tamanti Arano II is dead. The Regan Reach is left at an uncertain crossroads. Once prosperous, it is now a kingdom in decline, surrounded by powerful neighbors. Lord Santiago Espinoza, brother-in-law to the late High Lord, is convinced that the slow-moving Council of Founding Houses must be dissolved. His proposed directive would conscript their house guard and centralize power under a single throne. However, the High Lord's heir, the noble Lady Camilla Arano, is determined to rebuild the Reach without transforming it into an authoritarian state. She refuses to enact her uncle's directive and has rebuked his vehement pleas to reconsider. On the morning of Lady Arano's ascension to the throne, her loyal captain of the guard, Raju Mastiff Montgomery, makes preparations to escort her safely to the coronation process that awaits in Cordia City. I might have to adjust the audio a bit. I noticed it was getting a bit loud, especially during the campaign intro. And I believe you're going into what amounts to a tutorial mission right now. So we'll try to just speed through that. It does have a little bit of story elements, so we'll keep an eye out for those. Okay. Oh, there's our blackjack. That must be us, actually, now that I think about it. As far as, starting mechs go, the blackjack is actually not the greatest. You'll see once we get into the battle here, or into the mission. I can show you a bit more, and I can explain why. So, is there anything more about the setting I want to talk about while we have the time? Yeah, okay. It is very much a... Oh, we're ready. It's a feudal system where we have basically, lords ruling land and serfs working on it. It's... okay, this is super tutorial mode. Okay, yeah, we already know this. Wait, what was my actual objective? Okay. Okay, guardsmen. I have the Espinosa refit yards. Rush the repairs on your blackjack. Looks like it's all in one piece, but we should run some diagnostics. More importantly, though, I want to tell you more about this job. Brought you out here to do. Do me a favor and get that BattleMech moving. Okay, yeah, let's keep this train going.
I'll come right out and say it, kid. I wasn't completely honest with you the other day. There's gonna be more to this job than escort duty.
Well, I kind of expected that. I brought you out here because there's nothing... Why is some of it voiced but not others? I brought you out here because there's something wrong in the capital. It's been too quiet since High Lord Tamanti's funeral, and I'm worried about Lady Camilla's safety during her coronation. Anyway, it looks like your actuators checked out, weapons test.
I can't prove anything, but my gut tells me something's off. Warrior trust their instincts.
Enemy mech destroyed.
Okay. Got another target dummy. I've been training Lady Arano since she was 14. She'd be naive. We'll see more of that later. Annoyingly naive sometimes, from what I remember of the story. I've no doubt she'll be just and effective. Rest easier when she's in the capital. Cousin Lady Victoria's by her side. That's the phrase. Yeah, some backstory. Victoria been training for a short time. And more target drones.
Camilla's like a daughter to me, and her late father, High Lord Tamati, was a good friend.
So, obviously, units in forest count as being in cover, which in this game is a damage reduction. It's not a reduction to hit or a chance to hit, but just a flat or a percentage damage reduction. So obviously, you want to be taking cover as much as possible. You want to be denying cover to the enemy when you can. But there are ways around cover. Some of the weapon skills, or the second level gunnery skill, lets you ignore the cover bonus, which is why we want to focus on gunnery as well. Okay. Let's see. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the Aurigan politics, but the Reach was badly shaken by Hardlord Tamanti's death. It needs a smooth transfer to power, and Camilla belongs on the Cormorant throne. Go ahead and fire your jump jets, kid. I want to see you descend the cliff face. Aim for that patch of ground.
Victoria pulls no punches, but she's been a loyal companion to Kamea since they were kids. Aside from you, there's no one I'd rather have by my side in a fight. Yeah, I was afraid of that.
Warning.
Jump jets
Heat
build a lot of
exceeding
heat, and
recommended
that was
level.
more than your engine could handle. Head on into that water. We need to get you cooled off.
Okay, that's basically just teaching us that water cools you down better. Who would have thought? And also, yeah, jump jets do generate a little bit of heat, but in general, I like to put jump jets on every single one of my mechs. The tactical flexibility you get from that is more than worth a tiny little bit of heat generation. Okay. This is what I get for insisting on a rush job, not that I had much of a choice. The Espinosa refit yards were backlogged like you wouldn't believe it. It looked like they were trying to process every single Royal Guard mech in time for the coronation. I wonder why. What could possibly be happening at the coronation later that would require mechs being tip-top shape? There isn't any time to get your jets replaced, so we're going to have to make do without them. Go ahead and take that mech down with a melee attack, and then you get moving. So yeah, if our guns don't work, we can always just punch, or in this case headbutt, enemy mechs. It lets us do damage while also cooling our mech down because we're not actually firing any weapons. So sometimes a melee attack is the best choice. Damage is based on primarily the tonnage of your mech. Some mechs have slight damage bonuses based on whether they have, well, fists. Some mechs don't have arms, so they can't actually punch you. They gotta just do a headbutt like the Blackjack here.
Push that engine, kid. If something goes wrong today, I want to know that your mech can maneuver.
Full throttle.
Now, I do have the speed up enabled because the combat is actually rather slow without it, so... I've also got a bunch of other options turned off, like, you know, cinematic cameras, just to speed up the process, because I know it can be a bit slow and tedious sometimes with them enabled. You know, it might look okay, but it gets a bit too much sometimes. Congrats, your Blackjack's as combat ready as it can be, given the circumstances. For what it's worth, I hope this many suspicions turn out to be unfounded. In the end of the day, we'll have a good laugh at what paranoid old man I've become. But if not, I know you'll be ready. It's time to move out.
An impressive display, Sir Raju. Of course, this mech warrior was a student of yours. I'd expect them to know their way around a cockpit.
Allow me to introduce Camilla Arano, the soon-to-be High Lady of the Aurigan Coalition. Lady Victoria on this channel. For the time being, my father has summoned me for the to the Picton docks. I have a fleet inspection and a tour of the family refit yard to preside over. Okay, it's politicking. By this time tomorrow, I, being Camilla in this case, will be responsible for the entire Reach. Give thy best to your father, and don't be late for the journey. Gambling dens are already taking bets on how long it'll take me to cripple that customized monstrosity pilot. Bold words. The only victory you'll be celebrating is mine, etc., etc. Okay, let's just get this tutorial over with. Well, get to the action. So, basic gist of it is, old leader's dead, new leader coming in, coronation soon, politicking in the background. Maybe something's going to happen. Better make sure we're ready for it. Oh, I didn't adjust the music levels, or the cinematic levels any.
I remember the Aurigan Reach of old, the time of the Great Expansion. I was just a boy then. Proudly we went forth, bringing the light of our coalition to so many systems. And for what? To see our great kingdom slowly waste away? Year after year, the Council deliberates while our economy falters, and the wolves bay at every door, while covetous neighbors plot against us. Well, I say, it can go no further. We are here today because if Lady Orana will not act, someone must. I know what I'm asking of you. You will face former comrades, or even loved ones, on the battlefield. I take up arms against my own niece. But remember, today we sacrifice so that tomorrow we can return our kingdom to its proper glory, to its proper strength. So should you fall tonight, know that you did so as true heroes of the Reach. To your stations, for the Directorate!
Betrayal! Who could have seen that coming? And yeah, little peek at dropships, which are another staple of BattleTech setting. Basically just large shuttles that deploy mechs onto the battlefield. I mean, they're more interesting than that once you actually, get into it, but yeah. I'm somewhat well versed. No, I'm not gonna puff myself up here. I know a little bit about the BattleTech setting. I haven't done much reading of it. I just know things from the video games, from MechWarrior and whatnot. So I'll try to keep the rambling a bit limited. Alright, so I think what's next is still more. There's going to be a bit more tutorializing in this next mission, but there's going to be at least some action to, have. When it decides to load for us. So, I'm feeling not very good about this. Actually, these load times are killing me, and it's really revealing just how poor my air filling time or skills or my Zatsudan skills are. That's definitely something I want to be working on here. Alright, so Arano, or Kamiya, says, I'm going to miss this, Raju, the clarity of purpose that I feel in the cockpit of a BattleMech, the simplicity of it, there they are, just up ahead, the city gates, and my future all laid out before me. Kamiya's a bit of a diva, honestly. What's that smoke? Guard post, one of the small ones that dot the road leading to the capital, but the emergency band's been quiet all morning. I haven't heard anything about any fire.
Like it. Kid, keep your head on a swivel and be ready for anything.
Alright, so we can just get moving. I don't think we have to be too cautious for now. Some sort of explosion. Looks recent too. Do you think it was an accident? No chance. See those scorch marks in the rubble? That's laser fire. We need to get you out of here, Kamiya, right now. Yes, I think you're right. There's a patrol of Royal Guard mechs up ahead. We should go to them.
Myself worthy of the faith you've placed in me.
So
that I have no doubt.
I was gonna take a peek over here. Are these green? Like the House Espinosa mechs that we saw? No, they're painted red, so maybe they are friends. We should just be able to sprint down this road here. There's a ridge here, so we might not be able to get past that, so Just take the high road.
Roger that.
I'm on it.
Oh, before I forget. Hold on. Come on. No, that's what I want. That's the, like, abort mission button I was pressing. Let's get that audio fixed. Cinematics volume. Drop that. Sorry, I did some audio testing before the stream, but I guess I didn't do enough. Oh, whoops. That was actually our turn to move.
Standing by. Sounds good. I'm moving.
Roger.
Hail, Mastiff. Hail, Lady Arana. We were preparing for Lady Arana's coronation parade when we got word of a disturbance along the Cormorant Road. Guard post behind us was attacked, so Roger found evidence of laser fire. Is the road behind you clear? Aye, all the way to the southern gate. Lead the way, Siraju. We'll fall in behind you and guard your six. Tell me something, guardsman. If the road is clear... not me. Not talking to me, talking to them. If the road is clear, why is your BattleMech damaged? Our mechs are overdue for maintenance. But that isn't important right now. We need to worry about Lady Arana's safety. Now, my lady, if you'll come with us... No, you're lying to us. This is my coronation day. No mech tech should have sent you out, or would have sent you out for parade duty in that condition. I'm your sovereign sir. You will tell me what happened here. Damn it, we don't have time for this. Take them. Kill the old man and the mech warrior, but take Lady Arana alive. Oh no. They were on Bad Uncle's side all along.
Train me to cower, Raju. You train me to fight.
Safeties disengaged.
Oh, okay, he's going with a melee attack right away. That's bold of him. He has a PPC that he could have used. A particle projection cannon. A very powerful energy weapon. Okay, so yeah, we have combat phases. This is the meat of the game here. So we've got combat phases, and the order in which our mechs are placed in those phases depends on their initiative, which is a combination of the mech class and any relevant pilot skills, and some, in-combat modifiers like if they get knocked down, they go back in initiative phase. So, light mechs, by default, start in Phase 4, mediums in 3, heavy in 2, and assault mechs in Phase 1. You can get some... There's a Phase 5 here because you can get some pilot skills that increase your initiative by 1, so light mechs can start in Initiative 5. But for now, we just got basic pilots. And we've got one... Actually, no, we have... I forgot, Kamiya is actually a very skilled mech warrior in this game. She starts with... She's a medium mech. The Kentaro is a medium mech, but she starts in the light mech initiative phase because she has a extra skill that, like I said, gives her +1 initiative. And, looks like she's also got breaching shot. She's pilot and gunner specialized right now. I think later on she ends up getting more skills. In fact, Kamiya, as it is written, like if you take the game mechanics as the pilot's capabilities in the story, in lore, as it were, I believe Kamiya becomes the single most skilled mech pilot in the entire setting because she can learn 5 skills, whereas everyone else can only learn 3. So, I don't think they intended her to, and I don't think the writers intended for it to come off that way, but that's how it is. Okay, what are we doing? So we got a Panther here. This is a light mech. It's got an SRM-4, short-range missile 4, and a... Oh no, it doesn't have a PPC on this variant. It has just a large laser. And it has very little armor. Normally this bar would be full, but this is a really banged up ramshackle mech. And we have a Shadowhawk here. Medium mech. This one's a bit more threatening. It's got a mix of long, short, and medium-range weaponry. Some short-range missiles, long-range missile 5, some medium lasers, and a autocannon 5. So that AC-5 is going to be its highest punching weapon. And the location matters. I mean, where it is on the mech matters. So the AC-5 is in the shoulder here. So if we can... actually destroy his left torso, we can destroy the weapon. You know, take it out of the fight. So it's a game of positioning, really. You know, you can't just do face-to-face slugging matches, but you really want to get around. So Kamiya can't move? No, who's got initiative 4?
Talk to me.
Oh, it's Mastiff that has the higher initiative. By being in a Centurion. Right, okay. What I said about Kamiya before still applies, though, just not quite yet. Right. And, okay, let's actually get some, fighting going. So, this guy's got 55 structure and only 17 armor on the center torso. Like, if I just wanted to shoot him outright, just, face to face, you see there's a red line all the way around the little paper doll, the mech paper doll. This means that every shot I take is going to hit anywhere on the front aspect. If I move to the side and go for a shot, you can see it's only this side now that's lit up, which means only the right side. So the right arm, right torso, right arm, right leg, and I think the head maybe can be hit. So when you're taking down mechs, you really want to concentrate your fire on just one facing of the mech. Really, bore through that one side and go straight into the center torso. The only way you can destroy mechs are by destroying or getting the center torso structure, that S 55 out of 55 value, down to 0. Destroying both legs, which basically is a mobility kill, or destroying the head, which kills the pilot, essentially. Yeah, so center torso, legs, or pilot kill. There's various ways to kill the pilot. In this game, pilots they have a certain amount of hit points. You can see on the bar there, like Mastiff has 5 HP, these little gray segments. So every time a mech takes a cockpit hit, or a hit to the head, that's 1 HP off the pilot. Every time it gets knocked over, that's another HP off. Every torso explosion is 1 HP, and every ammo explosion is 1 HP. Now, this left torso does have SRM ammo in it, so if we explode that ammo, it also destroys the part that it is contained in, but unfortunately, an ammo explosion that also destroys the torso doesn't count as 2, pilot injuries. It's only 1. You can only get 1 pilot injury at a time. From any one source. But you can destroy a torso, and then if the mech gets knocked down from that damage, that counts as another injury because it's 2 separate instances. Right, so, okay, against this Panther, we are going to target the right side here, take out that large laser. That's his most threatening weapon. And we're going to turn off our LRM because it is within the minimum range, so you've got a really bad chance to hit on that.
Roger that.
There we go, we took out the entire torso even. Now,
Punched right through his arm.
Mastiff's Centurion comes with an AC-10, which is a very powerful, short-range autocannon, slug thrower. Autocannons in BattleTech they're rated by how much damage they do, not necessarily caliber. So you can have like an AC-10 that's a rapid-fire, smaller caliber gun, or you could have a AC-10 that's just a single-shot, large caliber gun, but it ends up doing what essentially on tabletop would be 10 damage, hence the name AC-10. It's just all classified as the same weapon. So he's knocked down, and he's not really a threat, so we might want to go against the Shadowhawk now. Mastiff can probably finish off this Panther later.
You have my attention.
So, Kamiya in this Kintaro. This Kintaro is a missile boat. It's got a lot of SRMs, short-range missiles. 1 LRM-5 and a pair of medium lasers to back it up. So, missiles are interesting in that they... the number indicates how many individual missiles are fired, and every individual missile does its own individual damage. You can see SRMs, an SRM-6 fires 6 missiles that do 8 damage each. And those missiles are targeted okay, not targeted independently, but they hit independently, so they can spread out among multiple sectors on the mech. So if you have missiles, it is very important to make sure you get like a single, like a side profile aspect, so you can concentrate that damage instead of spreading it out. We can, once we get into the game proper, we can get access to the mech lab, and I can talk more about, you know, the pluses and minuses of, you know, various weapons and whatnot. Okay, the right side has just a medium laser and a LRM-5. It does have some SRM ammo on that torso. I should have gone to the other side to take out that AC-5. I wasn't thinking. I was too busy gabbing. So let's just give him everything but the LRM-5 again, because we're just a bit too close. And we do have at least one weapon down.
Through the armor.
Alright, now we have us in the Blackjack. So the Blackjack, 4 medium lasers and 2 AC-2s. Unfortunately, these AC-2s might be probably the worst weapon in the game. I would easily say worst weapon in the game. They have a really long minimum range, as you can see. Aiming cone here. It shows us the various ranges of our weapons. We can see at the very extent of it, this is the maximum range of our AC-2s, I believe. Yeah, they can fire outside of sensor range, which is this blue circle. So that's our AC-2 maximum range. And this is our medium laser maximum range, and this lighter portion is the overlap between the AC-2 and the medium laser. Now, weapons they have a maximum range, but they also have an effective range, where they get they have various, you know, aim bonuses and penalties for being too far outside of their effective range. So, they do use meters as a unit, but it's not you know, represented anywhere in the game. You just kind of have to learn that when it says range standard, I think that means like 250 meters, which is, I think, like 5 or 6 of these pips on the ground. But we'll learn, you know, the ranges as we go. So yeah, these AC-2s have a very long minimum range. Inside this closest section, you see it goes from being this, you know, overlap into just being, you know, single. You know, there's no overlap. That's because the AC-2 minimum range just happens to be almost, I think it's, I think it matches almost exactly with the medium laser's effective range. So there's a really bad overlap between these medium lasers and these AC-2 ranges. So, you know, not a very well set up mech. And also, like, having so many individual weapons is actually not very good because, you know, just like missiles, if you have a lot of individual shots, those individual shots are going all over the mech. And if you can't get to the side, they concentrate that on one aspect, it just spreads out what I call, or what is called, you know, sandpapering. You're just slowly shaving off the armor of the mech, you know, evenly across the whole thing rather than, you know, focusing on any one part. So because I can't get a good aspect shot on this Shadowhawk, I think I'm just going to use the old Blackjack here to finish off this Panther. Probably just with the medium lasers, because, you know, AC-2's in minimum range. Now, when a mech is knocked down, you can get a thing called a called shot. That actually lets you target a specific section. It won't guarantee that all the shots go there, but it gives you an increased chance of it. So we're just going to go for the center torso. You know, we might be able to kill it with the medium lasers if they all hit it. So, another thing though, you see these blacked out sections. They can still be hit, even though they're destroyed. But when that happens, the damage passes through towards the center. So, if his torso was still intact but his arm was blown off, any damage to the arm would go to the torso, and then once that's destroyed, it gets transferred into the center torso. So even though these are destroyed, if you do hit him, the damage will still go to the center torso.
Engaging target.
And we missed with one, and we still got it.
Kid. One fewer hostile on the board.
Alright, so Mastiff's turn. because he does have higher initiative, because he's got the piloting skill for it. And we can't get around to that autocannon side, so we're just going to concentrate on this side, since we've already got some, you know, good damage on it. So we're going to do 110 damage minus 20% because he's in cover. Does he also have Bulwark? Bulwark is a pilot skill that increases their cover bonus. You'll see more of that once we actually get into the campaign level of it, or the strategic side. So just put a blast into his side, and
Take that as a lesson.
that wasn't quite enough to kill him. And he missed with his autocannon fire, which is good for us.
You need more
AC5s also have a minimum range like the AC2s, but it's not quite as bad. And we still can't get to the side, so I'm going to show you what happens when you just target the front with a lot of little weapons here. Now, this might end up killing him because he does only have 67 structure left in the center torso, but if he watches Mech closely, see where the damage comes in. Yeah, so that hit his left leg, his right arm, his right his right leg, left arm, left torso, center torso. It just spread out across the whole mech. Now, luckily, you know, we had enough total damage to, you know, bore through all the parts, you know, you know, get that damage passing through to the center. Okay, so we got Alexander Madeira contacting us on the radio, it sounds like. Camilla, can you hear me? Alexander, we were just attacked by the Royal Guard, my own guardsmen, not me. Maybe I should change my name. This is going to get confusing. Tried to take me prisoner. It's happening here too. The Royal Guard are killing one another in the halls. Lord Carosa's house guard just got gunned down in front of me. The tourney pavilion is a slaughterhouse. I won't let these seditionists, or whoever they are, steal my birthright. We need to rally every loyalist we can find and make a push on the capital. I'll take the throne by force if I must. Go to the Rotora township, to the armory. Your soldiers will be using it as a rallying point. I heard Lord Decimus send his house guard there a few minutes ago. Someone's here. I have to move. Rally what forces you can and meet me at the tourney grounds. Be safe. You heard a Mastiff. Rotora township. We'll go there, rally our fighters, and march on the southern gate with an army at our back. I'm not sure about army. We kind of don't have much to work with, I imagine. Camilla, I know that you and Lord Madeira are friends, but we can't take what he told you on faith. Yeah, that's true. He could be a traitor and just trying to, you know, get us to go someplace where they're, you know, prepared for us. Right now, we don't know who we can trust. In this case, we do. Alexander has been my closest friend and confidant for as long as I can remember. His loyalty is beyond question. Trust him with my life and yours. Now take me to the armory. And as you command...
Traitors in the guard. And I fear this is only the beginning. Follow me. Keep close and remember your training. Things are likely to get ugly between here and there.
Okay, so we got some sensor contacts. So, well, we're not in combat yet, but yeah, we do have a sensor range that is beyond our visual range. So whenever we, you know, see things on sensors, they show up as these little blips. Now these are vehicles. Mechs show up as an appropriate mech-shaped blip. So a couple of 30-ton... No, so we have a 30-ton, 35-ton, and 25-ton. These are just going to be light tanks, probably armed with some SRMs, maybe a large laser, but they shouldn't be too much trouble. Vehicles or tanks in BattleTech have been, you know, greatly depreciated in their battlefield usefulness. In fact, we can get a line of sight on this one here.
Confirmed.
And we have a fourth one. So we have a full lance of vehicles. Or a company, I guess. Not a company, a platoon. Okay, this is a striker. Just a missile boat, basically. Like, can we get a little zoom in on it? Just a little tiny wheeled, you know, missile boat. Not much of a threat. In fact, we can use our LRMs because we are not inside the minimum range. Do we need to, though? Because we do have limited ammo. But, I mean, it's probably not going to be a concern. the stock fits have decent ammo to start with, so let's just give them everything.
Damn you for making me do that, son.
Yeah, like I said, vehicles aren't really much of a threat in this setting.
Down. The poor bastard.
They do have one benefit over mechs, and that is ton per ton, they can fit more weapons and armor than mechs.
Barely a
But their
scratch.
their tactical flexibility is slower, or is less generally,
Yes, I hear you.
and they're more vulnerable. Mechs, you have to kill the center torso or kill the pilot or take out both legs. But if a vehicle loses any single part of it, the entire vehicle is destroyed. So they are. So it's kind of like a trade-off. Same ton of vehicle will generally have more weapons than a mech, but it's much more vulnerable.
Confirmed.
And this galleon here is just a little laser. Just got a couple lasers on it. These small lasers are basically ticklers. They really don't do much. How much armor does it have? Not much. In fact, we can save our SRM ammo.
Locked it.
Good hit.
Now, the Kintaro does
Another
actually
enemy
have
casualty.
ammo limitations, because it does have so many missiles that chews through the ammo quite quickly. And that was just a pair of autocannons from this Scorpion. It does have an AC-5, so this is the most threatening vehicle here. That AC-5 can punch through our armor pretty good. Not that there's like actual armor piercing. All armor in BattleTech is ablative armor. You can't like directly damage structure. Unless I think there's some like really advanced weapons way further in the timeline of the setting that's not in this game. That might be able to do that, but generally not. So, okay, we do have our AC-2s in range, that's it. But, again, this thing is very low on armor, so we should be able to go through it.
Engaging target.
Yeah, just like that.
Enemy unit destroyed.
Oh, we do have a vehicle here in Phase 2. 35 tons. Vehicle initiative phase works slightly different from mechs. It's not... I mean, there's no, like, light, heavy, medium... or light, medium, heavy assault vehicles. I mean, well, there's... They have the same weight class, or same weights. They go from, 20 to 100 tons, just like mechs do. But the initiative phase isn't so much dependent on the weight class of the vehicle as it is the vehicle itself. You'll have some vehicles that are in different initiative phases despite being in the same, weight range. So I was thinking in being in phase 2, oh, that might be a heavy vehicle, but no, it's just a 35 tonner. Let's get Mastiff going. Yeah, it's just another striker. So this striker is basically the equivalent of a modern... Oh, no. I was thinking of Scorpion, the Scorpion that we already killed. Yes, sorry, I wanted to show off the Scorpion. That's the equivalent of a modern main battle tank, but we'll see him some other time. In fact, we can save that AC-10. And AC-10s, unlike most weapons, they do actually get an accuracy penalty if you, or a refire penalty. If you fire them round after round after round, the recoil essentially builds up.
You brought this on yourself.
So we can just, we survived with 1 HP. Turn that off to conserve the ammo and to reset the refire penalty, because we're probably going to be needing it here soon.
Taking the shot.
There we go. A couple of medium lasers did the job.
Reporting one less vehicle. Oh no. No. We're too late.
Okay. It is on fire. I was going to say, I don't see anything, but yeah, there's the smoke. Camilla, do you read me? It's Espinosa, your uncle. Do you hear me? House Espinosa is usurping the throne. Can't be my uncle. Victoria. Camilla, just watched Espinosa BattleMech plow through an alley full of civilians. This is happening, and it's happening now. Your loyalists have fallen back to the market district, and that's where they're making their stand. What's left of the Royal Guard are doing their best, but there's something wrong with their BattleMechs. What? What's that sound? okay, just indiscriminately bombing their own people. I think
Copy that.
Espinosa might be a bit of a bad egg. It's over, Camilla. Your ascendancy, the Iranian legacy, all of it. Victoria, what have you done? You know, Camilla, for years I loved you like a sister, but then Father helped me see it. Your family's complacency, what you've done to the Reach. Our nation dwindles like a dying star, and House Arano is to blame. My father offered you a path to glory. I'd have fought you under your banner proudly, served as your strong right hand. It was like a knife in my heart when you turned him away. Damn it, Victoria, I taught you to be better than this. You taught me lies. Camilla, for the love that I once bore for you, I'm going to give you a chance to surrender. I'll even spare the old man and his mech warrior if you stand down now. I don't want to see you hurt, but you cannot be allowed to rule. Well, if anyone knows anything about, you know, cutthroat politicking, that is an offer that is not going to be upheld. You know, you're not going to leave your rival and the person you screwed out of the throne alive. You know, it's just asking for a, you know, usurpation attempt later. And I'll see you hanged for this, Victoria, you and your father both. You hear me? You're traitors to the Reach, and I'll fight you to the last. You truly are a fool. Can't speak. I'll spare you in spite of yourself, but you've cost your royal escort their lives.
Heads up, we've got company.
And I did move Camilla up first, okay.
All Espinosa forces. This is Lady Victoria Espinosa. Lady Arano is to be apprehended and taken alive by my command. Fail to follow these instructions, and you will have me to deal with.
Okay, so we got dropped in a Cicada, Locust, Spider. These are 2 light mechs and a medium, although this Cicada is basically just an oversized light mech. It's quite pathetic, really. It's got barely any armor. Even if it was like fully repaired, it's got barely any, and it just has a pair of medium lasers and a small laser. Not a big concern. This Locust 2, the lightest mech in the game. This one is actually the better variant. SRM2s and medium laser. Normally they just come with like a pair of machine guns, which, as you can imagine, do diddly squat against a BattleMech. And then we have the Spider, also not really a threat, just a pair of medium lasers. It's got more engine than anything else. It's very fast and has a lot of jump jets, but, you know, it doesn't have much, you know, offensive potential. So, who to target first? Who's going to be annoying? It's not who's going to be a problem, it's just who's going to be annoying. This Spider can get towards our rear, and get rear aspect shots, which is bad because, as you can imagine, rear armor is rather thin compared to front armor. Like, you know, 130 armor on the center torso on the front, only 45 on the rear. So you do want to protect our backs, so we probably want to go after this Spider.
How can I help?
Can I get a side shot? Yes, I can. And that is in range of everything.
Copy that.
Not in the minimum range of the LRM, so let's just give him the alpha strike.
Roger.
Not quite dead.
That was a critical hit, lad.
With only 3 HP left on the structure. So he got knocked down 1 initiative because he fell over. That's good for us. Now, I mean, these early missions, I really don't need to be putting this much thought into them, but I guess I'm kind of like tutorializing. So, with this Kintaro, we probably want to hit a fresh mech instead of finishing off this Spider. We can do that later. And who better than the Cicada, which hasn't moved? So you see these chevrons by the mechs here. That's their evasion rating. The more of those they have, the harder it is to hit. So, you know, this Cicada hasn't moved yet. It's stationary. So we're going to have no penalties to hit it. So let's just get a side aspect shot and put everything into it.
I'll do what you ask.
Oh, we actually got a head hit there too.
If you had any sense, you'd retreat.
And a knockdown. So that's 2 injuries. That pilot being a recruit, should only have 3 HP, so one more injury and that mech is dead. Although with how much damage we just put into it, we probably just kill the center torso here with our next shot. Alright, let's get the blackjack forward. Yeah, it would be nice to have multi-target, but we haven't reached that point yet skill-wise. So how much do you have left? You got 49 left? Let's just get the medium lasers on them.
Engaging target. Enemy mech destroyed. Incoming transmission.
Attention, citizens of Cormadir 6. This is Lord Santiago Espinosa. With the unanimous support of the founding houses, I have assumed control of the Oregon Coalition. For your own protection, I urge you to remain calm and stay indoors until otherwise instructed. All hostile units, stand down, and you have my oath that you will not be harmed. Resist, and you will be fired upon.
Okay.
My father placed his faith in that man. I gave him my trust. He was family.
Well, I mean, given how they just bombarded this whole civilian sector, I'm not keen to trust them. Alright, we just got this little locust left. And he's going for a melee attack, the brave little bugger. He missed. Of course he missed. Oh god, that building falling down is loud.
Reading you loud and clear.
Should we, return the favor? Oh wow, okay, we missed too. It's kind of a slap fight right now.
Engaging target.
I wonder...
Enemy
I don't
mech.
think evasion applies to
Critical
melee
damage
attacks, does it?
detected.
I don't remember.
I've got your back. I'm moving.
Jeez, this guy's lucky. I want to say because he's a tiny little light mech, but no, I think we're just getting bad rolls. I should have just shot him, honestly. It's kind of
Is that your best shot?
prolonging the inevitable.
Standing by.
Okay, we do actually have to turn on the spot if we want to hit him. The mechs can twist their torso to a limited degree, but obviously if you're directly facing away, you can't quite get there. That's what this cone is. Some mechs have better torso twist than others. A wider arc of fire, essentially. There we go, we just basically took everything off. Left torso, right torso. Okay, Madeira is back. Camilla, do you read me? Alexander, thank the gods, I thought we lost you when the bombs fell. Very nearly did, Camilla. The city is lost. We have to get off this planet, and we need to do it now. Can't abandon Cormadir. This is my home, my birthright. Camilla, I think it's time to recognize, a losing battle. Battle's over, Camilla. Lord Madeira has the right of it. It's time for you to run, escape from this madness, and live to restore the Coalition another day. You're right. You're both right. My uncle has won. The reach is his. We'll mourn for it later, the both of us. For now, we need you to move. I have a dropship waiting at Shepherd's Pass. I'm on my way there right now. Hurry and meet me there, please. We're on our way.
You get to that ship, Alexander. I mean it. We will not lose you and my throne on the same day.
Alright, looks like we had another dropship touchdown, drop off a lance. So we do have a couple of vehicles. Is it just another lance of vehicles, or did we actually have any mechs with that?
Aye, aye.
Nothing on sensor, so it's just the 2 mechs. Okay, here's the Scorpion. Yeah, just a classic, main battle tank. AC-5 machine gun. Basically equivalent to you know, a modern tank with a bit of a better cannon. Like, I don't think like a modern or contemporary 120 millimeter cannon would count as an AC5. It's probably like an AC2 at best. So let's save the AC10 ammo.
Target confirmed.
Don't need quite that much overkill. I'm going to just sprint up here because we are a bit behind and we want to get this little prologue done with. So the objectives do tell us that there's only 2 vehicles here, there's nothing else. I don't think you got a single hit there.
Talk to me.
And same again, save the AC-10. Not quite enough, we hit the side. But we should be able to finish it off. Maybe. Alright. Now it's just a sprint to the finish line, I think. This is our last chance, cousin. Don't make me order your death. Do whatever you must, betrayer. Headstrong fool to the end. Damn you for this. Captain Haas, destroy them. Mastiff, my cousin, all of them. Leave no survivors.
As you command, my lady.
Okay, we have some turrets to deal with and a Wolverine. This is, I believe, it's a medium. I don't think it's a heavy. Yeah, it doesn't say the tonnage anywhere. No. Still, though, 3 mediums versus 1. I think we have this handled.
I'll do what you ask.
What was that? A sprint? I thought I just told him to move regular, or just move at walking pace. Oh, no, because we weren't actually in combat yet, despite having the contacts in visual range.
I've got your back.
Normally, as soon as you get in visual range, you get kicked into combat mode. But this does let us move up and get a side aspect. 45% chance to hit. That's 45% per missile fired. It's not for the entire volley. So you can still get a couple hits from missile weapons, even though the chance is low. So sometimes it's worth it just to fire them off, see what you can get.
Take that as a lesson.
Okay, he's going in for the melee. And he hit the dead arm. The Centurion has...
That shot went internal.
the left arm is completely devoid of any weapons, any systems and whatnot. Same with the... Well, the torso has LRMs, but... Yeah, often it pays to have one side of your mech just completely empty of any important equipment. That way you can just tank with that side. You can take all the damage on that side without losing anything. And the Centurion is kind of built for that. Even in lore, it has like a little shield here, you know, to help absorb hits.
I'm listening.
So we can hit the rear here. So yeah, let's go for that. Weak rear armor. Even though it's not lit up or not highlighted, we can still hit the legs from the rear. So we might take this leg off here.
I'm locked on the enemy.
So we missed with some lasers. Let's follow that up. Yeah, this is what I was saying about these AC2s. You know, even though the medium lasers have a really good chance to hit, the AC2s don't, because the minimum range is just at that point where it meets the effective range of the medium lasers. So it's a bad combination. Another problem with the AC2s is they are heavy. They weigh a lot, and tonnage is very limited on mechs. So like, I think it's either 8 or 12 tons for each of those AC2s, and this is only like a 50 or 45 ton mech. So yeah, that's a lot of weight dedicated to two very bad weapons. Okay, our armor is getting stripped away here by these turrets. We're gonna have to actually start paying attention to our own facing.
Talk to me.
Especially the center torso here. We're almost into the internals.
Orders?
So, can we get someplace where only one turret can see us? No, but we can be obscured from this one. That'll lessen its accuracy against us. And we want to be showing our left side only, so just about there until that red line shows up. That means we have line of sight on it. The hashed line, or rather, that means we can, that's in our weapon arc. Hashed line is line of sight but no arc. And then, I can't show it here, but if there's no line at all, then obviously that's out of line of sight. You also have a little handy icon on the unit itself, that little eye there, that tells you. That's actually, I was gonna say that's, it can see you, and this one didn't have that until I moused it over, but yeah, okay. So we are still in line of sight from that one, it's just not showing us until we highlight it for some reason.
Fall in behind me.
And this does have full armor, so let's just give it everything. Yeah, okay, turrets, they can have a lot of weapons on them, but they're kind of weak. You know, they only have one section, so everything hits the same spot. You can kind of burst them down pretty easily. And they have very little internal structure. It's all armor.
All weapons committed. Target destroyed.
You have my attention.
Let's sprint over here. We got all the contacts dealt with. Well, it says 2 out of 3 here. Oh, he's still up. Right, I only knocked him down. I didn't actually kill him. I completely lost track of him. I forgot entirely that this guy was a thing.
Armor breach. Internal damage.
You can take it. That's fine.
You've got my attention.
So, you only have 47 structure. Unfortunately, his front armor is fully intact. We can't quite get around. Can't get to his side though, so let's do that. That'll take out his AC5. There it is on his right arm there. Let's fire the other M10. We got the heat capacity for it. There we go, look at that.
That's one less knockdown.
Was that only 3 HP? That was a torso destruction, wasn't it? A knockdown and an ammo explosion. So yeah, he only had 3 HP despite being some you know, commander-like character.
Acknowledged. I move.
I guess it is like the first mission of the campaign, so you can't expect, you know... Oh, fell over the chair. Can't expect,
Follow my lead.
you know, highly skilled pilots. Oh wait, the heatback zone is here?
I'll make it happen.
I'm not paying attention at all. There, okay. Thank the gods you made it. Kamiya, Captain Holverson's prepping the engines right now. In another 5 minutes, we'll be ready to depart. 5 minutes is a long time. Guardsman Gary, do you see Lady Arano to the docking route? When she's aboard, come back to me. We'll hold the pass against whatever comes.
Thank you, Sir Rasho. Thank you both. I won't forget what you've done for me today. I promise you that.
Alright, now we go here. Oh, suddenly appearing. Okay, that's a lot of mechs. We, might be in trouble here. All units advance. I want you to take down that dropship. Destroy everything. Destroy everyone and everything that stands in your way. Alright, I trained you for this. You'll fight side to side. Watch each other's backs. Above all else, we'll keep Lady Arano safe. Protect the dropship. It's all that matters. Warning, heat critical. Warning. Shutdown initiated. Reactor offline, weapons offline. Systems inoperable. Oh, perfect timing. Trouble with your blackjack. Shame. That's been happening to a lot of Royal Guard BattleMechs lately. You have the numbers on us and you resorted to sabotage, and you're gloating about it? You have no honor, you vicious little brat. Not you, nor your backstabbing father. Shut your mouth, old man. The future is now. Wait, no, that's not the line. My father is a great man, and I swear to all the gods he will suffer for if you insult him again. Okay, let's get this little spat over with. Eject. Eject. Oh, there we go. Now come for me, Victoria. Teacher's waiting. Come and show me what you learned. I don't think she's going to make it a fair fight.
Successful.
There we go. Part 1 of the prologue dealt with. So, while this loads... Well, okay, I'll give it a second. Because there might be like a cutscene. I was going to say, while this loads, I'll need to get up for like 30 seconds. But I'll just wait until there's something... Until I know... So I think there's some story. Yeah. Ooh. Last stand. I don't think he's going to come out of this alive. Seems to be in a little bit of a trouble. Well, rip. Mentor character that we hardly knew. And rip us, apparently. I guess that... It's hard to escape when they have, you know, orbital defenses still online. Oh, get you, Bat Uncle. You haven't seen The Last of Us. Or is that a spoiler? 8 hours later, high orbit. Easy there. You took a nasty crack on the head. Oh, we did make it out. Don't worry, you're safe now. Oh, right, no, wait. Yeah, we ejected. We weren't on the dropship. My name is Darius Olivier. I'm the XO of Mackham's Marauders, a mercenary outfit with ties to House Arano. We did some work for High Lord Tamati way back home. Now, when things are highlighted like this, you can mouse over it for a little, you know, lore blurb. We're not going to be reading those, just in the interest of time. And we have some dialogue tree. So, yeah, it's not just a tactics game. We do have a little bit of role-playing aspect, you know, to go with it. Most of these don't actually mean anything. They don't matter. But shh, just keep that quiet. I'd introduce you to Commander Mackham. But he was on supply run in the market district when the bombs fell. Well, he didn't make it. So, how do I want to play this, huh? I guess it's grateful, concerned and grateful, grateful. Okay, if it wasn't for your company, I'd be dead too. That's probably true, but don't mention it. After seeing what happened to Markham, it didn't feel right leaving you in the hands of this new directorate. When we picked up your broadband on the emergency band, we didn't know what we had to do. Oh, no, sorry. We knew what we had to do. What about Mastiff? You find him? Should we be selfish and only care about our own crappy ancestral blackjack? Sure. What happened to our blackjack? Yeah, our mech tech held what's left of it to the mech bay. It isn't... Now, how do they know it was mine? And where it was? You know, the escape pod should have taken me pretty far distance away from it. They just happened to scour the battlefield looking for any wrecks they could recover. So were they even looking to recover my mech? Or are they just looking to score something for themselves? Try not to take your loss too hard. You ain't say that your mech shows signs of deliberate sabotage. Whoever you had working on it really did a number on the reactor. Punching out was the right move. Wait, that wasn't even the, advance the conversation option. Alright, so what happens now? Well, things aren't looking so hot around here, with the coup and all. Us Espinosa's directorate is the new de facto government of the Oregon Reach. Sorry to have to tell you this, but Lady Arano is dead. The dropship is destroyed on takeoff. It's all over the news. Let's be... Ooh. Well, shit. Our sentiments exactly. We're getting the hell out of Oregon territory. I've already booked transit on the first jump ship out. Now, this I will mention. Jump ships. FTL travel in BattleTech is facilitated by what is called jump ships. These are very large ships that other smaller ships, like drop ships, dock to, and they are the ones that actually have the FTL drive equipped to them. So it's kind of like a ferry. You got to take a ferry from system to system. There are some... I was going to say there are some ships, some drop ships with drive cores or with FTL drives, but no, that's not true. I was thinking of warships, which is a, capital W war, capital S ship, just like jump ship is capitalized. Different class. Don't have to get into that. Don't worry about it. We're heading to a nice, quiet stretch of independent space all the way across the frontier on the Canopian border. Not a cheap trip, but we worry about that, how we're going to pay for it later. Okay, according to your blood shit, you've got family out in the Federated Suns. If you want, I could look into booking you transit on the freighter bound for Davio in space. I can't make any promises, but I'm willing to try. So our background does give us a couple of options here. These don't typically do anything mechanic-wise. Sometimes they have minor impacts, but it doesn't really come up all that often. Okay. That's ancient history. Besides, I'm broke. What's option B? Well, you could stay with us for the long haul. When we get to where we're going, you can drop you at the nearest planet. Or you can make a place for yourself there. Of course, I need you to pitch in for your share of the fuel, plus food, lodging, repairs on your mech. That might be tough if you're strapped for cash. Alternatively, you could find a place for yourself in the Marauders if you wanted to. Wouldn't take you too long to work off your debt, and you ran with Mastiff, so I know you got the chops. Think it over, sleep on it. You've had a hell of a day, and we're got a long road ahead. Oh, 3 years later. I guess we took him up. We're a mercenary now. I'm not even going to pronounce that Welsh name. Alright, so I think that's the end of the cinematics. So I'll be right back. 30 seconds. Be right back. Maybe, hopefully, well, actually, I'll just give this a little second to load in. Yes, okay, we're dropping into combat. So, be right back. had it on the wrong screen. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, you can hear me. There, okay, we're not stopping, we're continuing. I pressed the wrong one by mistake. I didn't look before I got up. Okay, well, we're ready to go. Let's just go into it.
Command interface initiated.
The Independent Prospectors League. Thanks you for your assistance, Commander. We're miners, not soldiers. We can't fight these bastards off on our own. That's what they are paying for us for. Don't worry, you'll get your platforms back. This isn't just about reclaiming... This isn't just about reclaiming what's ours. I can't speak. Majesty Metals killed hundreds of us when they tried to jump our claim. We want you to take them and bleed them for what they've done here. A bit vindictive. Commander, the Op 4 is holding 2 of the IPL's mining platforms. The first, designated Alpha, is where we're keeping the turret generator. Move in fast and take it out. Those turrets hit hard, so we want to neutralize them ASAP. Platform Bravo is on the site of the Op 4's corporate security tower. Engage and destroy it. If they bring in a mech to protect it, take that out too, and circle on back, we'll collect our pay. That's right, I'm ready and waiting to authorize the transfer. Now go on, Commander. Hit those corporate pigs where it hurts. We'll be watching the action from here. Okay. So, we're introduced to this little resolve meter here. This is our special ability meter. When that fills up, we can start doing precision strikes, which is like an accuracy bonus, and lets us do a called shot even if they're not on the ground. And my personal favorite, Vigilance. Gain guarded and entrenched and remove all stability damage. Your next initiative is increased by 1. This combos really well with a pilot skill that we will see later, and I'll explain why at the time. Alright, so we've got some turrets here, including the turret generator. We're going to want to take this out first, because obviously if we take out the turret generator, the turrets will lose power. I think we can skirt around the side here. We don't need to go up the main road, we can go around. So, what do we have with us? We got us and the Blackjack.
Standing by.
We've got Vindicator, Shadowhawk, and a Spider.
Orders?
Now, is it just me, or is the sound really low? Let me check that. Wonder if I mashed something when I got off. I don't know.
Waiting for orders.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll just deal with it. Okay, well, we're not in combat yet, so we can get moving around the sides here. Nice and quick.
Location confirmed.
Coordinates received. Move order received.
Okay.
Receiving you.
Maybe I knocked a cable loose because it sounds better now. I can actually hear myself. Okay, let's just keep going. So this Spider has, like I said, it's got a lot of jump jets. The more jump jets you have, the longer you can jump. And you basically want to jump whenever you can, because it gives you a lot of evasion.
You are trespassing on Majesty Metals and manufacturing property and acting in collusion with a domestic terrorist organization. Cease your advance immediately, or you will be fired upon.
Okay, we don't need this. We don't need this. It's strange that they would give us those tutorial prompts now and not in the last mission.
I copy.
Right, yes, jump jets. Really nice to jump whenever you can, because not only can you often go further than you can just from a regular move. Like, this is as far as we can get with a regular move here, and if we jump jet, we can get all the way over here. Otherwise, we'd have to sprint to get that far. But sprinting is your whole turn. You can't shoot after you sprint. but you can shoot after you jump jet. So it's basically a sprint that gives you a second action afterwards. So that's... And you can also choose your facing. Sometimes you can only move a certain distance. Like, if I were to just do a regular move up here, you notice that I can't get the cone of fire on whatever this is here, because I can't actually turn. I don't have the movement to turn that much. But if I wanted to jump there, I can just do 360. I can just do a pirouette in the air. So that's why I always want to fit all of my mechs with jump jets, which we'll get to when we actually get access to the mech bay. We're not actually going to move. We're just going to reserve. We got all our evasive pips going. I want to see where these mechs go.
Roger that. Standing by.
In fact, we want to reserve all the way down to phase 1 so these turrets waste their turn. Okay, how much HP does this turret generator have?
Waiting for orders.
I can select it? No. Guess I have to target it first. Maybe because it's not in visual range? I mean, we can't even see that turret, so that's probably outside of visual range. We can only see it because it's like objective.
Commander?
Or we can't technically see it. Yeah, see, if we were to move up here, we could. But I think, judging by the amount of pips on that HP bar, it's probably got like 100 HP.
Good to go.
So in that case... Now, we can't see him even if we come up that way. These Vindicator also have jump jets. Okay, so we can jump in there.
Ready, set, reporting.
So it's just a spider. It's a bit shoddy, so it doesn't have the maximum armor value it can have. And it's also guarded. So it's got a 40% damage reduction right now. Turn that alarm off.
Special delivery.
Yeah, we did manage to get a hit on it at least. And we got a sensor lock, because our friendly turrets actually have the ability to sensor lock these enemies here. So let's move up. Stay out of line of sight for these turrets for now. And just brace.
Warning. Enemy sensor lock detected.
So that does mean if any turrets have any long-range missiles equipped, they can now target the blackjack, because sensor lock reveals it. Reveals it even if it's outside of visual range, and LRMs can fire indirectly. They don't need line of sight.
What's up, boss?
So you can see that by that arced line there. But we can see the turret generator from here.
Roger
So
that.
let's get the Shadowhawk in there. Oh yeah, okay, 100 health. That's what I thought.
Taking the shot.
So our spider should be able to finish that off.
They've got a lock on me.
Standing by. Firing jump jet.
Provided he hits with both lasers.
Firing.
There you go, turret's down. Meaning we only have this one spider to deal with. Oh, and we have two things. What was this? Commando. Bunch of SRMs on it, so he's actually more dangerous than the spider is.
Ready for orders.
We can get rear shots. That's a rear shot. It is just against the spider though, so maybe we wanna. Okay, we can jump up here.
Affirmative.
And he's actually obscured. The spider is blocking line of sight to him. So let's just hit the spider then. Ah, but you see this. Well, it's kind of hard to see on the desert background, but we have a overheat warning. So once we fire our weapons enough time, we build up enough heat, we go over the heat threshold, we start taking internal damage, and if the bar does fill up all the way, the mech is forced to shut down for a turn. So let's actually, jumping that whole distance actually overheated us, just from that. So we're going to be taking a little bit of internal damage from overheating, so we might as well just fire off what we got.
Here it comes.
Yeah, the damage is going to happen anyways, we might as well get some damage out in
Watch my
turn.
heat levels.
Right, where's this commando? Is that... No, I guess he, is that his turn? It only fired once.
Receiving you.
The Shadowhawk also has jump jets. Can I get a direct line of sight on that commando? No, but I can get a cheeky
Up high.
altitude bonus. Which doesn't help. So, just brace. I didn't want to take a 20% shot and save the heat. Terrain does impact heat generation. You notice this little wavy heat icon there. It's because we're in a Badlands biome, so our heat sinks are less efficient. It's just too hot. In fact, since they already moved, and we have friendly turrets that like to sensor lock, let's just reserve down. Then one of us will at least be able to get a shot on something that has a sensor lock on it. Alright, both misses, but even if you miss, you still take an invasion pip off. So it makes it easier to hit for the next guy. It doesn't look like they actually want to sensor lock. At least not the ones that went first. Okay, that's some good hits. Nearly killed it, only 5 HP left.
Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
Alright, looks like we got some enemy reinforcements coming in. Didn't quite make it to the rear. That was just a side shot.
What's up, boss?
And you are going to have to cool down. That's a lot of cooling down required, actually. Even with just not doing anything. The combination of a lack of heat sinks on a spider and just the weather. So that's going to be 2 turns where he's going to be taking damage. And this structure damage you take in the fight will need to be repaired in the strategic layer, which will take time and I believe money. So we do want to avoid structure damage if we can if we can help it. So, and there's no water around here to sit in, and there's no way. Can we force a shutdown? We might be able to force a shutdown. That'll clear the heat next time.
Firing. Full complement on enemy. I'm starting to cook.
No? I thought maybe that wasn't quite the maximum bar. Okay, that was a rear attack, but I think only one laser hit.
Minimal.
So, we got a couple medium lasers. I was thinking about using a melee attack, but no, our medium lasers are better. Only 5 HP in the center torso. It's a shame that we don't have multi-target yet, because I would like to spread that damage around. But this guy's got an SRM-6 still up, which is more threatening than the lasers on the spider.
Enemy mech destroyed.
And we got some LRMs firing at us from the reinforcement lance that dropped in.
Ha! Send me a real opponent! I hear ya.
So which side is damaged? The left side. I know this is the right side of the paper doll, but it's reversed because you're looking at it. It's his left side. Okay, yeah, let's just get up here. Actually, PPCs have a minimum range, so we want to try and stay out of that if we can help it. Can we jump to a better location? It's 40. It's only 40% still, because the evasion. It's got 4 evasion pips. Still, 40% is better than the 20 or whatever it was that we had before.
Roger that.
And in fact, I'm on the wrong side. I'm on his right side.
That would be a miss.
Ready for orders.
So we should have a nice elevation bonus. Yeah, height difference plus or minus 3. BattleTech works by, like, the bonuses are minuses because it's like a target. It lowers the target roll or something like that. How it works on tabletop, I don't quite remember, but yeah, minus is good, plus is bad. So yeah, you can see those 3 evasion pips give him a +6 modifier, or I guess penalty to hit. So yeah, moving is a pretty good way to not get shot. You know, this mech, in the action of the battle, this mech is not just sitting there still. It's like on the move still. You know, that's just a sacrifice for the turn-based nature of things. You know, kind of like in, you know, XCOM, where, you know, soldiers aren't just standing still waiting to get shot. You know, the aliens aren't just, you know, bobbing their head out in cover, you know, right in front of your guy. They are moving around. It's just they can't be represented. Now that second window there was just about stability, which is that yellow bar. This yellow bar here. Missile weapons, kinetic weapons, and PPCs all have stability damage, which means that if this bar gets full, they fall over, and your pilot takes a wound. And it means you can get cold shots on them. So we do have to worry about stability sometimes. Now, the Spider medium lasers, normally energy weapons don't have any stability damage. PPCs are like a special case. Who is moving? You are moving.
Good to go.
You're still not... I thought there was a way to force a shutdown, but... I mean, he's taking so much... He's only taking... No, I'm gonna cool him off. I'm just gonna brace.
My mech is overheating.
Next turn he won't take any damage. That's just an LRM-5 being fired at us. It's not really a big threat.
Yes, Commander.
No, we can't do death from above. We can't land on them with our jump jets.
Roger that.
And let's turn the AC-5 off because it is in the minimum range.
I copy. Critical hit, Commander.
Now we've taken out both his torsos, but unfortunately the Spider's lasers are housed in the center torso. So, you know, you're not taking out his weapons without killing him. Which we are about to do. Let's take one laser off. Don't want to overheat.
Enemy mech destroyed.
Alright, let's cool down. Let's get off this hill.
What can I do for you?
Get out of line of sight.
Don't need to tell me twice.
Commander,
Alright, we got sensor contacts now. They're coming up this main road here, and there's one vehicle. Let's get the blackjack to cover that road. And everyone else can jump on the mech. Actually, probably want the spider to take care of the vehicle. That'll be a good job for him. Those 2 medium lasers should be enough.
Waiting for orders.
So is he just gonna sit there? Can I get on this ridge here?
Moving out.
Oh, brace, yes, I forget.
Order. Acknowledged.
Standing by.
I believe, yeah, if you notice, if you look at the heat bar, there is a slight difference between moving and sprinting. Sprinting does generate just a tiny bit of heat.
Aye, aye.
You know, you're pushing your engines to the limit. Alright, the mech is moving up. We got a vehicle way in the back here still. Let's just reserve and let them take their turn. Any of these turrets want a sensor lock or maybe shoot at this thing? No? Okay.
Waiting on you, Commander.
We can get the jump on them. Nice. That's a direct line of sight too.
Time to fly.
We got a Shadowhawk. So, same as this guy here. Autocannon, large, or LRM5, medium laser. Oh, that's a 2H, not a 2D, okay. There are slightly different variants we have to watch out for sometimes. They might have different weapons, more dangerous weapons. Unfortunately, we didn't get like a side aspect. This is just front on.
Uh-huh.
And he is guarded, so he does have a little bit of damage reduction even when in the open.
What's up, boss? Heading out.
We can at least get the LRM on him.
Taking the shot.
So this is what was hitting us with those missiles earlier. That it's just got an LRM-5, same as us. And we haven't been taking any missiles from these vehicles, so they're not going to be too much of an issue. In fact, what's the weight class on them? Just unknown for now? We don't have the sensor information on them. I think with better sensor skill, you can determine the weight class. Can we jump into line of sight? Yep. That's going to be obscured, so we have to move up here.
Engaging jump jet.
And for once, the range overlap isn't so bad. We can get everything going. Or not. So, I guess I have to turn off 2 of these lasers. I could have used a precision strike there. I mean, I've got the resolve for it.
Damage detected.
But it shouldn't be too much of a problem for us.
Orders?
Now, I wish I could... I was going to say, I wish I could melee this. We might still be able to hit this, or stomp on this vehicle, but I think you have to have line of sight to it to actually set up the attack. It's like an attack move rather than like a move then an attack.
On my way.
Alright, Scorpion with an AC-5. Yeah. Yeah, we can only just fire our lasers at it. We can't actually stomp on it. Vehicles take double damage from melee attacks. That's why I want to get the melee hit on them. Still, he's got 40... or, sorry, not 46. He's got 56 total HP on the front there. And we only do 50 damage, so this Scorpion will survive. Oh no, we hit the side. So he didn't survive. Good.
Vehicle trashed.
Okay. How damaged are you? Armor's almost gone in the center. Leg is almost gone.
Waiting for orders.
We have an indirect fire. No, that's direct. Must have been mousing over something else. Let's give him everything. That was 36 damage with a 20% damage reduction. So that's an AC 5 that just fired at us. So that's probably another scorpion. You still in good range for everything? Yep. And can we turn on another laser? No, we're just gonna have to stick with what we got.
Engaging target.
Again, I could have used the precision strike. That would have increased our accuracy and let us do a cold shot on that center torso. And you...
Commander.
I thought it was the enemy's turn there for a second.
On my way.
Do we want to do some mech surgery? And by that, I mean specifically target certain sections to force a pilot kill so we can salvage this thing. I don't think we're going to be able to get that. Let's go for the leg. Knock him down, that way we can get a cold shot next turn to hit that torso. So, what do we need? We need 38 damage. That's 25... 8 and 8, 16, and then 20 there. We should be able to kill that leg, provided everything hits. I don't want to use the AC-5 because it might like overkill into the torso. I want to keep that alive for next turn so we can get another pilot injury.
Aye, aye.
No, we didn't get the leg.
Ready for orders.
And we probably don't want to jump for that because it'll overheat us. So what leg is it? It's the left leg. It's this side here. So we can't hit it. No. So let's just hide here and brace. Cool down a bit. Yeah, another scorpion as I thought.
Damage minimal.
Right. Can you do mech surgery? That's from the front. Can you jump? We need to cool down here, but we're not going to want to fire most of our weapons anyways. So this... I might want to just do another precision strike, try to get that leg with one weapon. Because if I hit it with both, the damage bleed through will go into the center torso, which makes it harder to, you know, get the hits we need later. So yeah, let's do a precision strike with just one AC 2 on that leg. Good. Alright, so that's a knockdown, that's a pilot injury. And then we can hit the torso.
Ready for orders.
How much HP does that torso have? 18.
Commander?
And this small laser does 20. Perfect.
Affirmative.
Alright, we're going in with a little scalpel here. Hopefully that hits it. This also let us cool down a little bit.
Affirmative.
Good. That's another injury.
Critical hit.
That leaves us with 97 HP on the center torso. We're going to have to go for the right torso next. That'll give us 3 injuries, and that should kill the pilot. I don't think he's going to have 4 HP at this stage.
Orders.
You'll see why I'm doing this once this mission is over. In fact, probably want to stay out of minimum range with that AC-5 so we can get all the damage on that torso.
Confirmed.
So that's 28. Does a precision shot give us better odds? No, it doesn't. So let's just do a normal one. Do I want to do this while he's on the ground, or do you want to wait until he's up so I can get the, you know, the full side aspect shot on him rather than risking hitting somewhere else? I mean, I could also go for like the 2% head hit, try to get a head injury that way, but no, let's go with this. It's only 28%. I don't think we're going to kill the center torso, but we need to bore through 110 HP. Now it has 97 on the center. 110, so we're looking at 70, and then that's another 20, that's 90. Let's just fire that just in case it somehow all hits the center torso. Don't hit that leg. I think we missed the torso entirely.
I think I hit something good.
If we can somehow knock him over one more time without damaging his leg any. Oh man, that's over. Yeah, I forgot. Shadowhawks actually have incredibly high melee damage for their weight class. That was 85 damage. Is it? Yeah, it's an 85 damage melee punch. I'm not sure what it is about them. It's a 55-ton medium, so it's at the top end of its weight class, but it also has a melee damage bonus built in for one reason or another. I think because it has like a fist. So, yeah, the Shadowhawk actually does more melee damage than an assault mech. A 80-ton Stalker, I think, it does less damage than the Shadowhawk does. So it's a very dangerous opponent in melee. In fact, I'm kind of playing with fire here, trying to do surgery on this thing. Yeah, we didn't hit that torso at all. It all went into the leg and a little bit into the center torso. So, that is his right side at least, right? Yeah, this is right side.
Yes, Commander.
I still can't get a melee attack on the Scorpion, but I can get a nice side shot. If both of these hit the same location, that'll be a kill. Just like that.
Vehicle down.
Okay, that was... Okay, he's not punching again, that's good. Not sure why he isn't.
Receiving you.
So then... Alright, how do I take this torso out without blowing the leg? Can I even do that? It's got 110 HP. So if I attack from this side here, I should be able to pour everything into him without risking destroying the center torso. Let's do a precision strike so we can actually get a called shot on that torso.
Firing all weapons.
Ah, we hit the leg. Damn it.
Tango down.
Alright, well, last objective is destroy the corporate tower.
Engaging target.
Good to go. Coordinates received. Right, Commander.
Great job, Commander. Double back to our client's platform. The sooner we can collect our pay and break orbit, the better.
Yeah, we know about called shots. That's an unusual smoke plume. Just hanging in the air like that. Alright, let's give us some time to cool down here as we make our way back.
Right, Commander. Moving out.
Cool down and group up, because we are kind of spread out here.
Commander?
What's up, boss? Acknowledged.
Yeah, you already told us about Resolve, I'm pretty sure. At the start. Or was that... No, that was just a little tooltip in the corner here.
Coordinates received.
Who's got the damage? It's the Vindicator, right?
Good to go.
Yeah, you've got the gammy leg. Gonna have to cover that. That's the right leg.
Moving to position.
Waiting for orders. On my way.
Brilliant work, Commander. We should have no trouble mopping up the other platforms now that the defenses are down. You get the job done? Speaking of which, I wasn't finished. These platforms won't do us much good if we can't hold them. Majesty Metals taught us that. So we're going to need your BattleMechs. You're going to want to reconsider that. I think they do want to reconsider that, considering that they hired us to deal with a problem that they couldn't deal with. We dealt with that problem. What makes them think that they can deal with us? Like, we're a far stronger force than what we had to deal with. These guys... Do they have a couple of screws loose? This is like a 2 IQ move here. Your lance has already been target locked by our turrets. That doesn't matter. Now power down and surrender. We'll let you walk. Or try to fight. Tear your shreds, your call. Yeah. This is not going to go well for them. They pulled out a couple of vehicles from nowhere, but we still... Oh, look. A turret generator right in the middle of their base. Right in front of all of my mechs.
Receiving you.
I wonder what could possibly happen to it. It seems like in range. We're still not in combat, actually, because we're not...
Ready for orders.
Yeah, it's doing that thing again, even though we can see contacts. So you just jump in range of that for next turn. There we go.
Standing by.
I'm still not in melee range, actually. Or maybe I can't... Okay, no, now I can. So that's going to be 60 damage. And that's enough to kill it entirely.
Putting my weight into it.
I'll just stomp on it. Yeah, like I said, vehicles take double damage, so that's one of the better ways to deal with vehicles. Is just punch it. Just stamp it like a little bug. Alright. You have the damage to take that generator out.
Engaging target.
And there's all the turrets down, and we only have 2 vehicles left to deal with.
Destroyed.
Waiting for orders. On my way.
Just a little striker. 48 HP on the front, and less everywhere else. So just this PPC alone will be able to kill it.
Roger that.
And we miss with the medium laser anyways.
Mover down.
And you...
Standing by.
Can you get in range of this other vehicle? No, but you can sprint pretty far up. That'll give you a lot of evasion pips.
Holding for tactical
Yeah,
advantage.
a galleon. Just a couple lasers on that, that's it. Yeah, should we do overkill? 85 damage times 2. 170 damage. I think that was entirely necessary. I'll teach him, right? Stand by for extraction, Commander. Let's get the hell out of here. Yeah, not team meeting, whatever.
Mission
There we
successful.
go. I think that's the last of the tutorial missions, so we can actually get into the campaign proper now. Now, there is an option when you start new games, you can just skip this whole prologue section. I thought about doing it, but I figured I'd just, show the opening, for anyone who hasn't seen the game yet. So, here's our little, score screen here. We didn't get any money, obviously, because we were betrayed. And our end result here, we got some experience, and this shows us, how our mechs came out of that fight. And I believe in a normal, in a normal mission, we should have had a salvage screen there, but I guess because it's part of the prologue, it's a scripted thing, we didn't get it. So that means all that mech surgery we did on that Shadowhawk was entirely unnecessary. Or actually more like useless. So, rent to own in orbit. We need to start finding better clients, Darius. I mean it. We've been slamming it on the ass end of the frontier for 3 years now, and we are drowning in debt. I'm fully aware of our financial situation, Meyer, but we can't just conjure up new clients out of thin air. Hadley, do me a solid and back me up on this. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I just did random names, so that's actually me. I was wondering, who's this Hallie person? No, they're not calling me by my call sign. Okay. Okay, let's see. No thanks. Wait, I took command? That's right, yeah, I was given command of the entire outfit after 3 years because I'm the protagonist. And I got the protagonist powers. Is this why you made me commander, so you could break up fights and review financial reports? Damn right it is. If you like any... It isn't like any of us wanted that job. Darius, if you could walk us through the details of the trouble we're in. How much debt do we have? Every C-bill we make belongs to the banks. Point 2. Frontier's dead zone. We got no jobs. We got no money. We got student loans to pay off. What are we going to do about it? Okay, I don't see what we can do. Unless we want to sidestep the mercenary review board entirely, it's out of options. Go around the MRB? No thanks. Taking an uncertified job is a great way to wind up with a knife in your back. We did just get betrayed by a board-certified contract. That is a very good point. Me? How much worse could it get? Funny, what happens down there was one exception, was uncertified jobs is the rule. Banks and jump ship crews have to have an arrangement. Till we pay up, they're going to keep us on a short leash, so we can't go anywhere. Okay, that's another history option we could pick. Yeah, I'm no stranger to betrayal. In fact, that makes at least 3 that we've seen now. I lost my family, someone I thought was a friend, doesn't change back, we need money. We need to sidestep the MRB. We need to sidestep the MRB. In the meantime, we find another paying job. Prospects in the system is completely dried up. Book travel to a neighboring system. We can only jump between... Oh, I'm gonna have to pronounce this. Between Urakruni. That's some Welsh, I'm sure. I think it's Welsh. Urakruni and nearby systems of Alloway, Bellerophon, and Detroit. Oh god, not Detroit. Stay away from Detroit. Our top priority right now needs to be finding work so we can raise cash. None of the contracts here are very good. I picked out the only viable ones I can find. And it hopefully includes our travel fees as part of the deal. I'll come by the command center when you're ready. Okay, now we are in the game proper. This is the strategic layer. From here we can manage our contracts, our mech warriors, our mechs, determine where to go, and we have little captain's quarters here where we can do some customizing. You know, if we want a different paint job on our mechs, we can paint our little minis. Yeah, I have, you know, like I said, I've got a couple of these stowed away in a box somewhere. Should probably break them out one of these days and actually give them a proper paint job. Right, what color do we want to be? Should we just go for the old Cadian green? Green and tan? Let's see. And then the accent would be white. Is that the tan that we want? Or is it over here? That's more of a yellow. And let's go with that green. And we can also choose our icon here. Have anyone that stands out? Isn't that very close to the Espinosa logo? I think they also have like a stag as their logo. So, let's just quick little browse. Yeah, let's just go with that. That'll be some confusion. And what about name? I'm terrible with coming up names. I'll think about that later. I won't bore you sitting here thinking name. Okay, let's check out the mech bay a little bit here.
Nice to see you down here in the hole.
Right. So we took a little bit of damage, so we're going to have to do some repairs here. And it does take a little bit of money, and more importantly, it takes time. Depending on the damage, it can take a lot of time. But we're going to be making a jump here soon, so we have time to spend repairing. Yeah, all that overheating we did on that spider gave us a 7-day repair bill. And it does work sequentially, not all at once, so we have to do 3 days on the Vindicator and then 7 days. We have to wait the 3 days for the Vindicator before we can repair the spider. And you can also see that every 30 days we have a financial report due, which also means bills due. And this over here tells us how much money we have and how much... more importantly, it tells us how many months we have before we go bankrupt. Right now we have 4 months of money saved up before we go bankrupt. So, I don't think there's anything we can do with our mechs right now. I think we have very limited stocks of supplies. We can like move things around if we wanted to. It takes a couple of days just to do that. We can also change our armor, which I think is... I think that's a... yeah, it doesn't cost anything to change armor. So, one thing I think is kind of the most important lesson you can learn in this game is you want to max out your front armor as much as possible. Because you will be fighting outnumbered all the time. 10 points on the rear armor. Maybe I can buff that up just a little bit. We'll just go with that for now.
On it. I'll let you know when that's done.
And we do have a spare locus if we wanted to bring that out. Now this blackjack. Yeah, so these AC2s, 6 tons. Would I say 8 or 12? No, 6 tons, but still. 6 tons for 25 damage, plus ammo. You know, 1 slot of ammo is 1 ton. So we're looking at 13 tons for these AC2s, and they have the same damage as a medium laser, which only costs 1 ton. Now, not efficient at all, but we do have limited slots. We also have hard points that we have to be worried about. Like, you know, as much as I want to, I can't take these AC2s off and just fill everything up with medium lasers because we just don't have the hard points for it. We only have 1 energy slot in our arms and our torsos here. Now, we do have 2 support slots, but we don't have any machine guns or small lasers or flamers to fit in there. So they're just going to have to remain empty for now. But what we can do is beef up the armor a little bit. Just transfer from the back to the front. You know, I don't plan on getting shot in the back all that often, so this is not a bad idea. Now, you could consider dropping your head armor because the head is very unlikely to be hit, but there are certain breakpoints that we want to consider if we're going to do that. So, heads have 16 structure and 45 armor. Doesn't matter what class of mech, what weight class you have, it's always going to just be 45 armor on the head. Certain weapons, if they do hit the head, can one-shot you. So AC-10s do 60 damage with 45 armor and 16 structure. That puts us at 61 HP. So with maximum armor, you can withstand a hit from an AC-10. You can also... yeah, so like AC-10 is like the highest, or the largest damage you'll be able to withstand in 1 hit. Other options are, I think, Gauss rifles, which we are not going to see for a very long time, and AC-20s, which do 100 damage. So, if we're not going to be facing any AC-10s for a while, we could drop this down to 51 HP. That'll save us from PPCs, which do 50 damage. It'll save us from AC-5s, which do 45 damage. And then that gives us 2 pips of armor to add probably to the center, I would say. So once we start facing AC-10s, we're going to want to beef up this head armor. Although chances are we're not going to have the blackjack for that long. So unless we face Centurions, we might be coming up across Centurions here sooner rather than later, and they pack AC-10s. We have some time though. Let's just get that going.
I'll get it in the schedule.
PPCs, yes, I said the word, the naughty word, you child and Gak. No, it's all good. Yes. Okay, what am I doing? We have to go someplace. Let's go to... we could just go to Star Map directly, unless we want to talk to Samiri here. Which we don't. They don't really have anything interesting to say between, like, story missions, so... Comstar Star Map 1.7. This is a update. I have not actually seen this since the last time I played. Okay, so some quality of life upgrades. So we have a travel contract here. So let's go for that. Now, systems have a skull rating. That skull rating determines the general difficulty of the contracts that you receive there. Now, this is not a definite. Some missions will be harder than the skull rating says. Some missions will be easier. There's a little bit of leeway, so we're going to have to, make judgment calls on them. But generally speaking, you can kind of rely on the skull rating to, give you an idea of how hard things are going to be. Half a skull is like a walk in the park. It's going to be a couple of light mechs, some vehicles. Not a problem. And it's going to take us 12 days transit, so... We got plenty of time to kill. We got our mechs in repair already. And, if we do want to, we can turn on an option to speed up that passage of time. In fact, if there's any events that come up, it stops the clock, so we can just turn that on. We're not going to, like, skip through things. In the meantime, we can watch these, comfy little cinematics, moving between systems and whatnot. But yeah, we're going to turn that on. Speed up real time, or speed up the timeline. Alright, so what do we got? You're on Leopard's Bridge with Sumeri, Yang, and Darius for the daily staff briefing. Darius says we received 3 messages from the banks. Loan sharks, Sumeri cuts in. From the people who are financing us, Darius continues. You're considering rewriting the terms of our loan so it make it easier to seize the ship if we miss a payment. As usual, we are only doing this because they believe we can't fight it in court. Should we, should we go lawyer on them? Go actually? I'm not sure if that's like the random chance of that going good or bad. I don't remember what I did last time, but we actually got a good result out of that. So our company credits current rate is fair. So we're not going to have any bounty hunters going after us. Okay. Let's continue. Alright, so that's all our mechs done. Do we want to, while we're traveling...
Be with you in a second.
Do we want to refit anything? Can we refit anything? Let's see what this Vindicator's fit like. Because we do have a tiny stock of stuff. We got a large laser that we could put on something. In fact, we might want to put that on the Blackjack. Drop a medium laser, drop the AC-2s, and get that large laser on there instead. And weapons that are mounted on arms do have a plus 5% chance to hit. So it's more vulnerable out there. If you bury it in the torso, you have to chew through the arm to get to it sometimes. Sometimes they just hit the torso itself. But, It's more vulnerable, but it's more accurate, and we want accuracy on our big guns. So we have 8 tons remaining by taking off that second AC2. Can we do anything with that? Do we have any extra heat sinks? Do we want to move this? Oh wait, we don't even need this AC2 ammo anymore. Right, so we can get another heat sink on there. In fact, we can beef up this armor all the way. Then we'll see how much tonnage we have left. And the legs too. Sometimes you drop the armor on the legs because, you know, legs tend to have, you know, decent armor on them and they don't get hit too often. So we have 0.31 tons, so we can beef the head back up and then put a little bit back on the rear. And that gives us 6 tons to work with. Which, no. Swapping, if you swap parts like that, it does actually add a day, or actually adds 2 days. So you do want to be careful that you're not actually putting new parts on there, because even though it's the same item, it still counts as taking an item out and putting it back on, so it adds time. So just a little thing to watch out for. So 6 tons, we maxed out the front armor. Do we want to go for extra jump jets? No, it can only have 4. Right, medium mechs can only have 4 jump jets. So yeah, we don't have enough hard points for extra medium lasers. We could just, but we only have 2 heat sinks. So we still have 3 tons remaining. Is that enough to armor the back entirely? Probably. There's some room to spare. So yeah, we're just gonna be we're gonna be a little bit light on the blackjack, but I think having this large laser is probably better than these 2 AC2s. It also means that we don't have any ammo that can get detonated. So that's gonna take us 10 days. Actually, what is our travel time looking like? 'Cause it was do we have a store? Are we in transit still? So we could try to buy some things here. Armod plus melee stability damage. No, we don't need that. No, we can't be sold or purchased while in transit. Okay, yeah, we have to be in orbit of a planet to buy. So we can't buy. So what are we going to do with this? So it's 10 days. It was 10 days to do our full repair bill, and it was 13 days travel time. So we only actually have 3 days travel time left. So we're not going to do this refit. We're going to hold off on that until next time. Yeah, we're 2 days. So can we do 2 days of just moving some stuff around? Like if we have ammo in bad places? We could move this medium laser to the arm. That's 3 days. Yeah. No, I don't think we can do anything of any use other than like fiddle with the armor. Can we drop this small laser entirely? Yeah, okay, so taking equipment off doesn't actually cost any time. So let's get that. And let's keep this left arm fully armored. That's going to be our dead side. We're going to tank with that side, well, until it hits our LRM, so... Does moving that take 2 days? Yes, okay, let's move the ammo over. Yeah, that'll be our 2 days. And that's just enough time to finish before we have to do a mission. So let's continue.
Job's done, Commander.
Waypoint reached, Commander.
Okay, I just had to take a drink of water there. Okay, so there's a bunch of mech parts for sale. We generally don't rely on the store to buy mech parts. They're very expensive. These aren't whole mechs, by the way. The emphasis is on parts. So we have to buy parts of mechs, and then once we get enough parts, we can assemble them into a complete mech. So if we wanted to get this Warhammer here, if there were three pieces for sale, it would be $3 million, not 900,000. So, yeah, parts in stores, kind of a ripoff. We can buy some weapons, though. We don't really have any slots, and medium lasers are very common. We do want equipment, though. Heat sinks. Those are cheap.
New equipment available.
And, oh yeah, this is what I forgot about this game, is that you have to buy everything individually, one by one. There's no shopping cart. You can't just tell them, I want to buy 5 heat sinks, 2 jump jets, you know, whatever. So yeah, that's kind of annoying in the store. Alright, so what do we have for contracts? Alright, so we've got independent, just planetary governor, and we got one for the Free Worlds League. Now, the mission types don't matter too much, like aggressive intrusion versus patrol. You know, like chances are, like, both of these are just Feudalism mechs. You know, if it has like a base, then you can kind of learn. There's certain mission types that will always have bases, and it doesn't really matter, you know, what the title is. So, which one pays better? Planetary Governor one? So, part of taking contracts is the negotiation thing. We can choose maximum payment, maximum salvage, or if we were actually dealing with a great house like the Free Worlds League here, if we don't go maximum, if we don't fill out the sliders at all, we get reputation as a bonus. Basically, we're doing it like pro bono when they like it. You know, we're giving them a discount so they like us more in the future. But we're not going to do that. We're just going to go for the payment. We're going to go for the money. This number here, this 1/5, that means we're going to have 1 piece of guaranteed salvage that we get to pick, and then we're going to have 5 pieces of salvage randomly assigned to us. So it's tempting sometimes to go maximum money because, you know, that's an extra 50k. But it does mean that you don't get your guaranteed 1 pick of salvage. And it's almost always worth it to get that pick than it is to get a little bit of extra money. Actually, before we do this contract, we want to look at our mech warriors, because we should have some experience to level them up with. Alright, so what have we got? You are guts, you know, a little bit of piloting.
Orders?
You're nothing
Waiting
yet.
on you, Commander.
Gunnery, very little piloting.
Orders.
And we also have you. You weren't on the last mission. You got a little. You have a spare mech warrior in case one of our current ones get injured.
Yes, Commander.
So we have bulwark here. Bulwark is probably the best skill in the game. It used to be that bulwark meant that if you did not move, you would get a 50% damage reduction wherever you are. It was determined that that's a little bit too strong, so they nerfed it. But the way they nerfed it is that they made it so that if you are in cover, that cover is 20% better than it is for a 40% damage bonus. So, okay, 40% versus 50%, that's a nerf, right? But then they went a little bit further. Cover and guarded together provide a 60% damage bonus. When you combine that with the resolve skill, not precision strike, but the other one that I am blanking on the name of it. Anyway, you can pop that. That'll give you cover and guarded. And normally, when you take cover, you can't shoot, but if you do that, you can shoot. So you've got a 60% damage bonus, or a 60% damage reduction, and you can shoot. And I believe you retain... you retain that guarded bonus as long as you don't move. I think that's how it works. Either way, Bulwark is better than it's ever been. So that little nerf they did was actually, the complete opposite effect. Then you have Coolant Vent up here, which this replaced something to do with like melee damage or something. Like if you move, it used to be that this Guts line was only good up until Bulwark because the second skill was in relation to moving, and moving would cancel out your Bulwark. So why would you ever move if you have all, it didn't work. It didn't synergize at all. So instead they changed it to this Coolant Vent, which dumps your heat, which can be very useful. So it's kind of a contest between getting cooling vents or getting breach and shot. If you want, like, this breach and shot will let you ignore any cover or guarded damage reduction, which can be very important later on when you're dealing with, like, heavy mechs, assault mechs with 100, 200 armor, and you really need to punch through it, and that cover bonus is just really killing their damage. So it's a tough contest between breach and shot and cooling vents. Now these other skills, Ace Pilot is good for light mechs. You can play with initiative to get your light mech in position, and then shoot and then move out. So it's, if you're dedicated to running light mechs, you would definitely go Ace Pilot. That way your light mechs can basically never be shot. If you have like line of sight blocking cover nearby that you can dip back into after shooting with Ace Pilot, very good skill for light mechs. And this one gives them extra evasion, I believe. Yeah, gain 1 bonus evasion charge after moving. If the move is not a sprint jump or charge to melee, also get entrenched with stability, which light mechs have pretty low stability. Actually, no, the stability threshold is based entirely on the pilot. So, yeah, it's meh. And then sensor lock. This is also another very good skill for light mechs. So if you're running light mechs, you're probably going to want to go Ace Pilot sensor lock. That'll let you remove 2 evasion on any target that you set it to, but it also reveals the target for missile, LRM strikes. If you have weapons that can fire beyond visual range, like I believe PPCs have just enough range to fire outside. AC2s, but we're not going to be using AC2s because they're crap. So, good combo with a light mech. And then Master Tactician. This is the +1 initiative. So, that's... you can argue that's good on assault mechs, because it lets your assault mechs move in phase 2 as opposed to phase 1, so you can get the first hit on enemy assault mechs or on heavy mechs. But I tend to not go this route because like sensor lock on assault mech is kind of useless. You're going to be shooting. You're not going to be running around, blipping things on your sensors. And plus you want coolant vents so you can fire your massive array of weapons anyway. So like, most of my pilots are probably going to end up with guts and gunnery and very little else. These intermediate pips do give you little bonuses. Unfortunately, there's no tooltip to tell you what they give you until you actually get there. That's another little annoyance with this game. I wish it would really tell you what it does, because some of the bonuses are very strong. Like, gunnery, I think gunnery is just base chance to hit, but there's some skills. I think tactics has bonuses in these intermediate pips that remove or reduce the minimum range on weapons. So your AC5s can fire at point blank range, your PPCs can fire point blank, your LRMs aren't so unwieldy in close combat. So, very good. Guts is mostly recoil penalty, overheat threshold. You're going to want to invest XP into Guts, regardless. You know, even if you're not going for the cooling vent. So,
Receiving
let's
What can I do for
try
ya?
to get up to bulwark on the rest of our pilots here.
Training confirmed, Commander.
We have just enough XP. And also, you know, reducing recoil penalty. We're going to be relying a lot on AC5s and AC20s for our damage, so getting recoil penalty reduction is very nice on them. And that's that.
Training complete.
Now, another thing that makes Bulwark so good, that makes damage reduction so good, vital really, is because just like armor, just how you want to max out your armor, you're always going to be fighting outnumbered. So being able to reduce 40-60% of damage coming in effectively doubles the amount of armor and structure, it applies to structure as well, that your mech has. Lets you stay in the fight longer, lets you take riskier positions, you know, positions that you might need to end the fight before you take too much damage. So I think almost every single one of my pilots is going to end up with Bulwark. Unless I want to do something... unless I want to have fun with a light mech, I guess. Light mechs, if you do like an all-light lance, that can be very fun, being annoying little gnats jumping around behind them and just taking out their rear armor. There are some very strong light mechs that you can get, so we might consider that. But for now, we're just going to go standard. Just get the guts. Also, this fourth pip of guts is +1 health. So that's very important for our pilots, so they don't die.
Standing by.
Training confirmed.
So we're going to get that on everyone that we can, at least.
Yeah.
Alright, now we can do our contract. Alright. Lots of Canopian military units engaged in maneuvers on Bellerophon. Region we control, hunt down the lance. So this is just a simple seek and destroy, single lance. Well, I'm going to assume single lance because it's only a half skull. It might even just be vehicles, honestly. But yeah, let's go for this. And let's get our mechs in the fight. We're going to take the spider over the locust. This is the bad locust. It just has the machine guns and 1 medium laser. So we don't want that. Right. I'm going to go into Shadowhawk. You can go in the Vindicator. Actually, Glitch has multi-target. Do we want her in the Shadowhawk to split that LRM fire? Or the Vindicator? Vindicator also has an LRM 5 mounted to it. But the Blackjack... Oh, right, yes, I forgot. We didn't actually do the refit, so it does have AC2. So, yeah. Put them in there for the split fire on the AC2, so maybe we can target an enemy further away if it's in the minimum range. And let's get Decker back in the Spider. Decker has a reputation of dying in people's playthroughs because he defaults to the Spider, and people just tend to keep him in there, so, you know, he's the most likely to eat it sooner rather than later. I'm gonna have to start taking it easy talking too, because I feel my throat getting a bit dry. I have to remember to keep drinking water here. We are in the Badlands terrain too, so heat's going to be an issue. A Spider had big problems with heat in the last mission. Too much jumping around. You know, those maximum jumps can actually generate quite a bit of heat, especially in hot environments. Alright, let's begin.
Command interface initiated.
Okay, looks like we're coming in at dusk. Alright.
Good to go,
What is the lay of the land? What are we looking at here? Down some gamer fuel. Yeah, not just water for me, thanks. I don't need heart palpitations. Okay, so we got nice big line of sight blocking terrain off to the right here. We also have a little mineral field here. That'll make it harder for them to hit us, but it'll also make it harder for us to hit them. It scrambles our weapon targeting systems. So as for them, they do have this nice little rock to sit behind, and they have this terrain here. We might be able to take advantage of this rock ourselves. And, let's see, what are our map edge? We got a map edge here, and map edge way over here. Okay. We could try to draw them out and then withdraw back into these hills here. We'll get an elevation bonus. We can dip back out of line of sight. But I'm not expecting them to be too heavy. I'm just gonna assume there's a couple of light mechs here, and that's it.
Up high.
If any, there might just be some vehicles.
No sweat.
So, Spider, let's just get you sprinting out there. Spider's gonna be our bait.
Commander? Sensors have something.
Alright, we got contact. We got a mech. Now, once we get tactic skills, or get more points into tactics, we should be able to see the weight class of the mech. I'm just going to assume a light mech, though, because we are very early on. It's just a half-skull mission. Let's jump up this ridge, get to these trees here while we can. Is that going to have line of sight past that rock? Maybe.
I copy.
We're definitely going to have line of sight once we get up here. Okay, we got 2 contacts. Both light mechs. They're both initiative 4. So let's reserve and let them come out.
What's up, boss?
Alright, now that they've done everything that they want to do.
Roger that.
So we got a commando. He's got the large laser. It's Commando 1B. Other variant has an SRM-6 instead of this large laser. So this one's a bit scary. I believe it's mounted on the right arm, yeah. Which, unfortunately, is this side, so we can't get any hits on it. So, we don't have sensor lock yet on Decker, so we're just going to have to take a shot. Get that evasion pip down.
Let's see how you like this.
And we did get a hit on the torso there, took the armor off, that's good. Good start. And, probably want the blackjack to attack first, because it does have more weapons, better chance of hitting.
Don't need to tell me twice.
Well, I guess it has... Right, the medium lasers aren't in range, but... Still, 80%. That's from the, arm-mounted bonus and a height difference bonus. Alright, 2 hits, and only 15 damage. That is why AC2s are terrible. Same damage as a medium laser, 6 times the weight, and ammo limited. The only benefit they have is they don't have... they generate very little heat. So you can save some weight on heat sinks, but... I'd rather just have, like, a large laser or an AC5.
Engaging target.
Yeah, so that 40% damage reduction is doing him a lot of favors. You know, we're barely managing to get through his armor.
Ready for orders.
So... We can get indirect fire with the LRMs, but that's it. Unless we move back here. In which case we can get the PPC on them.
Affirmative. I copy.
Good. Now that sensor... PPCs do inflict sensors impaired, which gives a minus 5% hit to the enemy. And that was bad. We took a direct hit from a PPC there. Nearly took out our arm. We're going to reserve again. We still have a little bit of evasion. I want to see what this guy does before we commit.
Roger that. Standing by.
Just in the open. Okay, now we can have our way with them in a gentle manner. In fact, we do have enough for a precision strike here if we want to take it. Should we go for the center torso? That's only 40 HP. I think we kill it no matter where we hit. Left arm destroyed, so we might get that laser. That laser might still be intact, so we can salvage that.
Orders.
Can you see from here? Is that... No, that's indirect. You can see from here, though. It's a bit obscured, but...
Moving out.
Obscured is a -5? No, -10.
Firing on target.
You still got the hit, though. That's nice. It's on the wrong side, unfortunately. The PPC's on the other arm.
I hear ya.
It would be nice to get these medium lasers in range eventually. A good center torso hit. Just carving them right up.
Good to go.
And Decker, what do you want to do? Dare I try Death from Above just to see what this is like? Just to give you a taste? So, Death from Above, you can jump on your enemy's head. Classic BattleTech staple. It's also incredibly risky and will probably just kill you. Because it does 80 damage, but that red number means we are going to take 80 damage. It's not going to be 80 damage straight up, though. It's actually 40 damage. A burst of 40 damage to each leg, because we're landing with 2 legs. It's a bit nuanced like that. It doesn't say that anywhere. You just have to observe it when the damage numbers actually come in. So we can actually take 40 damage. It'll put us at 25 structure on the legs. That'll be a bit of a costly repair bill, but we do have a locust in storage we can use. It'll also make us very unstable, and it's only a 55% chance to hit. So if we want to have a joke, we can do it, but like the try-hard side of me says no, it's absolutely not worth it, but let's just go. It's super early in the campaign. I don't think Decker's going to die from this, right? Knock on wood. Now we missed with both. And we still took the damage even though we missed, because
That shot went internal.
even though we can jump that distance, if we attempt... Oh god. Maybe Decker will die from this. No, okay, that's just his torso, but he is wounded now, so that's going to be like a week or two in the med bay. So yeah, let's stop playing with our food here and actually finish him off.
Engaging target.
Is that a center torso hit? No, that was a left torso.
Commander.
Medium laser's still not in range.
Waiting for orders.
Medium laser's in range here, but bad chance to hit. So we might want to just stick where we are and get the 85s. We don't have enough for a precision strike. We spent it earlier. Alright, stand up. Can you get the kill on him? Unlikely. Can you run away?
Gained footing. Good to go.
I can try to hide back here, but he might have the movement to get around. But not here. Yeah, I can just hide behind this hill. You're just gonna hide. In fact, that was our that was the only one getting line of sight on him. Alright, there's our bulwark coming in handy there, 40% damage reduction.
Commander.
And that's the PPC on the right arm, so let's get around. We should be able to kill him this turn.
Location confirmed.
So I'm willing to risk Decker.
All weapons are go.
If I do another death from above, he's just gonna die. It's gonna destroy both legs.
Good to go.
Don't want that.
Uh-huh.
There we go. Kind of made a bit of trouble for us with that completely unnecessary and stupid death from above attempt, but you know, job done. So yeah, these early missions are really quite the cakewalk. There's not much to them. So let's just try to get through them as quickly as possible. Yeah, unfortunately injured 20 days. We do have a spare pilot, but yeah, that was not worth it. It's also going to be like 7 days repair time, at least on the mech itself. So, do we want to salvage a part of a mech, or do you just want to grab this large laser? We might just roll these, because we're going to get 5 pieces, and there's 7, you know, other salvage. So chances are pretty good we're going to get these mech pieces. But I do want this large laser. If I want to swap out as many lasers as I can on the blackjack with large lasers. There we got the commando part anyways, and some more jump jets. The commando is not a bad little light mech. You can get some decent weapons on it. I remember playing in MechWarrior Online. I had a commando with a pair of SRM-6s and I think an SRM-2, which was altogether more damage than an AC-20 puts out. Of course, I didn't have any armor on it, so it was kind of a glass cannon, but it was fun running up behind the heavies and mediums and just blasting out the back of them. You know, rip the spine out. Okay, so let's get that repair going. How much? 5 days? Okay, not as bad as I thought. And old Decker, where are you? Medbay for 20 days. Where does it say there? 20 days. But you do have enough experience for bulwark. Or do I want to make you my sensor monkey? If I do go sensor lock and bulwark, I would then want coolant vent or master tactician? Coolant vent will let him jump around and you know, alpha strike every turn essentially. I mean, you can only use coolant vent every 3 rounds, but you know, it gives you that that buffer. Once you get rid of your heat, you do have a little bit of a buffer to build back up into. So that'll make him, even without like ace pilot or master tactician, that'll still be a very effective light mech pilot. Just because you can get in there with the initiative and you know, deliver a good volley to the rear armor. Or do I want ace pilot and sensor lock? Do I want to make Decker my dedicated light mech pilot? You know, continue the curse. In the long run, we're not going to have any light mechs. We're going to be moving up into heavies and assaults. So this is going to fall off. So, yeah, Decker's usefulness is going to fall off later. We can actually buy new pilots. We didn't check out the hiring hall, see if there's any decent pilots available.
Standing by.
So, I believe this icon means that he's a Kickstarter backer? Yeah. So sometimes Kickstarter backers have, you know, decent skills, decent starting skills. And there are also pilots known as Ronin that you can find that have a very nice suite of skills to start with. And unique looks, I believe. Unique and set names and looks. So if you want to, you know, have the gacha experience, you can try to roll for pilots, going to system. Right, okay. Let's do our XP up, and then let's get into another mission here.
Orders.
You're going to want more gunnery. That'll give you some better chance to hit, at least.
Commander?
And we're gonna save up for bulwark. Saving up.
Waiting for orders.
Yeah, okay. So it's just Decker that I want. Yeah, I need to decide where I'm going with. Sensor lock would be nice. We're facing a lot of light mechs. Light mechs have a lot of evasion, so if we can get that off, that'll be good. I mean, we're not going to see him for 20 days, so it doesn't matter in the immediate next mission. If we're even going to take another mission here, we might have to move on. Okay, this is a supply convoy escort mission in Detroit, 17 days away. Do I want to do a convoy escort mission? Those tend to be kind of annoying. You have to be very careful with how you move your mechs around the convoy, because the convoy will just take off. Well, actually, no. They changed it slightly. The convoy will follow your furthest mech. They'll advance to the location of the mech that is furthest away from them. So you can somewhat control their movements now. It used to be that they took off. They did not wait for you at all, and they just drive into a near guaranteed ambush. So an escort mission has 3 possible phases. They've got a blocking force, a ambush force, and a interdiction force. The blocking force is present at the start of the map. It tries to prevent you from reaching the convoy rendezvous point. The ambush force appears halfway through after you've got the convoy and tries to ambush the convoy en route. And the interdiction force tries to stop the convoy from boarding the dropship at the end. So the more advanced missions, you have all 3 of those to deal with. At a half skull, chances are I want to say it's probably going to be 1, but there's a possibility of having 2 of the blocking force and the interdiction force. I don't think they do ambushes on low skull missions. I mean, this is just going from memory from when I played this a couple years ago, so I might be talking absolute bollocks right now, so but you know, that's part of the fun of it, right? Speak with confidence and you might convince people you actually know what you're talking about, right? But this is a travel contract in Detroit. We do have 20 days on Decker to heal. We have 5 days repair time. And then that refit. If we refit the Blackjack, how long is that going to take? Because it doesn't take doesn't take time to take weapons off, so we can see what we have for lasers. That's 10 days. Plus a 5-day repair time. Well, plus heat sinks. It's 12 days, 13 days, that's 18 days. And then we can buff up the armor. And we're left with 1.9. Actually, instead of the legs, let's beef up the rear armor just a bit. It's 1.5 tons, and let's add the last 0.44 tons onto the legs here. And 1 on the center torso, just to keep things even. That gives us 14 days, plus 5 for the repair on the Spider. 19 days, 17-day travel time. I think we can wait around 2 days. Yeah. We can wait around 2 days. That's fine. So let's get this going.
Logged and noted.
In fact,
Shouldn't be too hard.
can I? No, I can't shuffle the order of things. I thought I could. Oh yes, I can. Yeah. So actually, let's get the Blackjack done first. We can take the Locust out. We do have a Locust sitting here. It's almost as good as the Spider. I don't think it has any jump jets on it, though. No, it doesn't. It has no tons free either. And jump jets are half a ton. So we'd have to strip off one machine gun or some armor, but the Locust does not have a lot of armor to begin with. And that'll also take time, so no, let's... We're going to take the Locust out as is. I don't think there's going to be a lot of... It's not going to be a big threat. And we could also take this mission here. It's a bit less pay, bit less salvage. And we do have 2 mechs in the mech bay right now, so we actually do need to take this contract here. And we do have 3 months of payment, or 3 months of bank saved up, so we can afford this. Alright, let's get through here. I'm gonna speed up. Just skip these. Keep mashing. You can't skip the transit cutscenes though. They're from system to system. Okay, are we in the system? Blackjack is done. Not yet. Okay. So when we do a travel contract, we do have the option just to hold off just a little bit to see if there's anything in the, you know, any mech warriors that we want to buy. Like, see from the hiring hall. It would be nice to have him, but, yeah, look at that. Bulwark, multi-target, coolant vents. That's like one of the ideal setups. We don't have the reputation or the rating to be able to buy them. Yeah, look at that. 8 guts. So this pilot's basically set to go. A little bit more in gunnery would be nice. You know, tactics is pretty low. But yeah, if we only had the rating, we could have gotten him. He would have been a very nice addition. And then these guys are all just basic. Like this guy, 2232. Terrible. Right. And let's just get that contract going. No, that's not where. I don't want to be here. Well, actually, I can take a look at what we actually have available here for next mission. Capture base, battle. Working for the pirates on this one. Alright, okay. Let's just do the contract here. I don't think there's anything else that we want to do. If we buy anything in the store to refit, it'd have to take time, but we're not going to do that. And Medusa, you're going to come along. We're just going to keep this pilot set up as it is. So, I guess my plan for this series, as much as I would like to take my time, you know, getting a full roster and getting all the mechs that I want and all the fits exactly right and everything, like, I think I'm gonna concentrate on doing the story missions a bit more rather than, you know, grinding out stuff. So, I'm gonna take a little bit of time. You know, because I want, you know, a nice lance to work with. It'll make the story missions easier. But I'm not going to go super hard on the grinding. And I'm not going to avoid especially hard fights. Like, one way you can play this is just by doing 1.5 skull missions forever. You know, because they never go away. You always have the option of doing them. You know, if you want to play super easy mode and just grind out, you know, your bank, you know, 150k at a time. But no, we're gonna take reasonable missions when we can. Yes, okay, this was the convoy escort mission. Okay, they do have a blocking force. That's expected. Also, it's completely coincidental that it's called a blocking force in the game. I was just using my own terminology that just happened to coincidentally line up. Let's get the locust out first.
Moving out.
So we don't even know what this is because we have such terrible tactics skill, at least on Medusa here. We don't even know if it's a vehicle or a mech. So we can get line of sight on it if we sprint up there. Let's hold off on that. Still can't see what it is.
Coordinates received. Got it.
It's a mech, okay. It's a light mech by the looks of it. Initiative 4, another commando. 1B, large laser. It's got half armor because it is shoddy. So that laser is in the right arm, so this side over here. Can I get around that? So it's already moved.
Aye, aye.
So we're free to move. I can get over here.
Move into position.
Now, one good thing about machine guns, actually, the damage is pretty low. It's 15 damage. But they do have really good accuracy. They have an inherent +1 accuracy. So even against like high evasion, small targets like this commando here, it's pretty effective.
Roger that.
And, you know, you don't even need to hit them to get an evasion pip down.
Receiving
So, can I get a better shot with everything? No, I think we're just going to go in on this small hill here, get the
you.
height
Location
bonus,
confirmed.
whatever height bonus we can.
Acknowledged.
Okay, we got the hit. Nice, center torso. And that's an SRM ammo explosion.
Critical hit.
It's good, so it's only got the large laser left. And if we hit him from this left side now, all the damage will transfer directly into the center torso. So I think we've got him. Now that's from the front. That's from the side. That's only the LRM-5 with a 25% chance to hit. So can we jump? Can we make a better jump? Not quite. What about you? Got a direct line of sight here and 65% chance to hit. Save the heat on those medium lasers. Oh, we got a headshot.
Did you see that?
But I think that would have transferred down into the center torso, so I don't think we got the full salvage on that commando, unfortunately. We'll have to see at the end of the fight, but yeah, I don't think it's intact. You get only a single part if you destroy the center torso. You get 2 parts if you destroy both legs, and you get all 3 parts if you kill the pilot. So that's why we want to focus on pilot snipes if we are looking to salvage a mech.
On it.
Oh, I should not have moved in there. I should have waited until I had my mechs in range. Because it does just go right ahead as soon as you get any of your mechs in there. Now, they shouldn't move too far ahead because we're not grouped up with them. They'll go a little bit, but they'll stick around.
Waiting on you, Commander.
Although convoy missions are one of the most annoying missions in the game because sometimes they get a little bit lost. And sometimes you have to stop them from getting into the zone, into the pickup zone, because as soon as they're in, it'll spawn the interdiction force. And sometimes one of them races way far ahead of all the others, so you're sitting there for like 3-4 turns, waiting them to all catch up while you got mechs bearing down on them. So, yeah, I try to avoid convoy missions later on just because they're just a pain. But early on, we only had a single light mech to deal with that didn't even have full armor. So, this mission should be okay as long as I get these mechs, you know, moving forward. I think these all have jump chests. They should be able to get down here. Yeah. Okay. You can, and you can. Good.
Engaging jump jets. Affirmative.
And we're just gonna hold here. See, yeah, they're racing up ahead. So they don't quite stick to you. They will travel along the convoy path. They won't like reverse their direction to meet with you, but they shouldn't go too much further than this. They'll stay generally within range, hopefully.
Aye, aye.
But if there was an ambushing force, I'd expect them by now, so we're probably just going to get an interdiction force at the end.
Copy that.
Okay, we should be good to move up. And they can also block your path. Like, if they're in a little choke point, you can't actually walk through them. Which, you know, annoying. And, do we want to sit up here? If we get the interdiction force, it's probably going to come... over here. 'Cause this is the map edge. This is a canyon. This is the only viable route. So we probably want to cover this side.
Time to fly!
Location confirmed.
In fact, the Locust is the only one without jump jets. Good thing it's fast then. Now, see, because that APC had to go around me, he's kind of slowed down. So it's actually questionable if he's going to be able to make it in range next turn. So we might want to block
Ready for orders.
as best we can. You know, prevent them from actually entering the zone.
Roger.
They might be able to drive through me. I forget exactly how it works.
On my way.
Just hold there.
Venting heat.
Okay, they can. Yeah, see? As soon as he got there, another force arrived. What is that? I need to take a closer look. Oh, bumped. Bumped my pop filter. That is a Locust. It's not an issue.
Good work, Commander. Hold this position until the package is underway.
Can they all make it in there? He did have the range. This guy might now. That's what I thought. So I have to wait a turn now for that other APC to get in range. Oh god, the frame rate does not like that dust. Come on, hold it together.
What do you need?
I'm not going to move the Locust up quite yet. Let's just reserve down. We can jump over this sinkhole here. Brace. I gotta remember I actually have to brace when I do that.
Waiting for orders. I hear ya.
Alright.
Orders.
Now I just need to wait.
Confirmed.
Let's get on that flank there. Get some evasion just in case.
Objective secured.
Okay, job done. We just got this one Locust to deal with. Yeah, we technically don't even have to kill him, apparently. We can just evac, but we're gonna do it anyways, because I think we only get experience for actually... Or we get more experience if you kill things. You still get a little bit on a mission even if you don't kill anything, but that's kind of rare.
Move order received.
Yeah, what variant is this? This is the LRM Locust. Very unfortunate for him.
Roger that.
Because we just need to get close and then he's very ineffective.
No luck.
What's up, boss?
Can I get a direct line of sight? Yes, I
Firing
can.
jump jet.
Might as well fire the LRMs. This is the last target on the board.
Let's see how you like this.
5 HP.
That hit something good.
Might be able to finish off with the LRM-5s off the Shadowhawk here. 30% chance to hit. No, missed. Only got one hit.
Waiting for orders.
Can get line of sight here, though. There we go. Job done.
Bang! You're dead!
There we go. We don't even have to get to the LZ.
Mission successful.
There we go. Quick, easy, no frills mission. Easy payday. We didn't get any decent salvage, though. I mean, that's why I did prioritize money instead of salvage, because I kind of figured that we wouldn't get anything good. Well, I mean, other than that commando. We'll see if that commando is intact or not. Yeah, just the one part. We could... Actually, we're going to get everything. We have 6 random rolls, so we're going to get everything. 2 parts of a commando. So really, we almost could have just taken maximum money and still gotten almost all the salvage. Although chances are the piece of salvage that I missed would have been the commando part or the large laser. I would like a commando to replace the locust that we have. That would be nice. You know, something that actually, you know, packs a bit of a punch. Locust just does not have the tonnage or anything. Okay, new chapter. Contact. Alright, everybody gather around. After our last talk, I bit the bullet and started fishing around for uncertified contracts. And I repeat, might, have caught us something. Who's the client? Unknown. She didn't ID herself in the message, but she claims to be a member of the Canopian elite. She says that she got a big job lined up. She wants us for it. Us specifically. Called out the commander by name. How would they know us in the first place? Not like we're drowning in publicity here. Good question. I'm betting we don't have an answer. You're certain this client isn't really a bounty hunter? Because I can list off about 5 different banks that would love to repossess a ship. Brings up a good point. I'd be wary of people who call us by name. For what it's worth, I can confirm she's rich. Priority HPG message. Okay, yeah. HPG, or Hyperpulse Generator, is the method by which communication in BattleTech is achieved. It's the only method of faster-than-light communication. It's these massive, you know, what it sounds like, a pulse generator. Like a MechWarrior 4, they show them as like satellite dish-looking things. But yeah, these are all controlled by an organization called Comstar, which is like this quasi-religious sect that is the only one that understands how the HPG network functions. A bit like the Mechanicus in Warhammer 40k, but again, not quite as crazy religious. So, yeah, these HPGs are the only way to send messages faster than light. Everything else is done by courier. And they are very expensive to operate. I think you pay... In fact, the money, the C-bills that we use as money, is actually what it costs for something like 1 kilobyte of information sent over an HPG network. So it's everything ties into the HPGs. Rich is good. I like rich. Get paid. Get the... Yeah, what's C-bills? Comstar bill. Yeah, 1 millisecond of HPG transmission time. That's what it is. What's the worst that could happen? Well, Yane's got the answer to that. Vents us out the airlock, and our corpse will spend the rest of the forever tumbling into the icy vastness of space. I'd say that's a pretty bad possibility. So, thanks for the delightful image, Yane. I'll admit this is sketchy, but it's the best we're going to find. Going back to Bellerophon. We just left there. We got experience to spend. And yeah, our finances. And some mechs. Some repairs. Did we actually take any structure damage? No, we didn't. So, we could mess around here in Detroit for a little while longer. I don't think this is going to take us into a mission because it's only 33k reward. I think this is just like the travel expenses. So, seek and destroy. Battle. Decent money. Capture base for the Badland, or for the pirate faction in Badlands terrain. Or we could do another capture base for just the planetary government. It's the best paying one of the job. Yeah, okay, let's go with this. But first, let's spend that experience. We might have a couple of levels we can do. Got a little bit.
Waiting for orders.
Medusa should have enough. Get your bulwark.
Mech warrior training complete.
Standing by.
Ready?
What can I do for you?
And do we want extra tactics? We get less indirect fire penalty if we go up that high. And then extra unsteady threshold and a better melee hit. Or we could save for whatever this next level of guts is. Again, it would be so helpful if it told us what these actually do. Is it so much trouble to have a like a little tooltip like you have with this? Look, tooltip tells you exactly what you need to know. Why aren't you here? Okay.
Waiting for orders.
Don't have anything to spend, so let's just do that contract. And I don't think we have anything to refit either. So, not expecting decent salvage. Let's go money priority. And keep this line up. So, capture base missions. They have 3 permutations as well. They have a garrison force, base turrets, and a reinforcing lance. Chances are very good that there's going to be a garrison force and turrets. Reinforcing lance shows up on higher difficulties, usually. Now, a little secret in this game, something that I noticed, I don't think they've changed it in the patches and DLC and whatnot, but missions only ever have 3 enemy lances in them. I've never seen a mission that has more than 3. And that can be any combination of mechs or vehicles, but that also includes any base turrets. If a mission has turrets in it, that's one of the 3 lances that you have to fight. So these base missions are actually quite easy, even with the maximum 3 enemy groups to face, because one of them is guaranteed to be a turret group, which obviously you can just circumvent. You can sensor lock them outside of their sensor range, you can go around them, you might be able to blow up the turret generator if they have one, pick them off one by one. Very simple affair dealing with turrets, so even higher difficulty or higher skull rated base missions can be pretty easy. I'm not picking up any active hostiles anywhere, the place looks deserted. Let's move up and recon the facility. So, that doesn't mean that there's not going to be enemies sitting around here. Alright, so, let's look for turrets. These little things here are turret posts. If there's going to be turrets, they're going to be sitting here. And there's going to be a maximum of 4 turrets. So we have 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here. So that's most likely going to be our turret locations. There might be a turret stuck to one of these buildings, though. Sometimes they like to hide them inside these structures. But if you can see 4 posts, chances are there's going to be the turrets. Now, at this half-skull difficulty, it's unlikely that there's actually going to be the full 4 turrets. It might just be 2. So, it's going to be an easy mission. We also have this nice high ground here you can dip in and out of. We can get sensor contacts as we're moving up. We can use this to obscure line of sight. We can fire indirectly from there.
I hear ya.
That's a good spot, so let's just head up there.
Moving out. Roger that.
So if there's no garrison force here, and there's no turrets, which I'm pretty sure there's going to be turrets because it's a capture base mission. I think they almost always have turrets. There's going to be a reinforcing lance that shows up. In fact, there still might be a reinforcing lance that shows up even if there are base turrets. They usually like to throw 2 groups at you. There's no garrison. We're getting something, though. We're on the way back. Okay, so that's the reinforcing that's coming around. And do we see anything on sensors? You've already moved, so I can't actually see your sensor range, but we can only see essentially 2 of the 4 turret posts, so let's move up to this mineral field and get a... Actually, we're missing that last one, so let's keep going further. That's in range.
Moving out.
Alright, so nothing on sensors. So it's just the reinforcing lance coming back.
Commander.
So this should be a very simple mission. It's probably not even going to be a full lance. It might even be just a couple of vehicles.
I read you, Commander. Moving out.
Still, we're going to hold off until we're actually in position before we move the Locust in there. No sense triggering early, right? It's good practice in the future. You know, be prepared before you do your thing. And we're gonna hold off.
I've got eyes on hostile reinforcements. They're heading your way.
There we go. 3 contacts.
What do you need?
Now, you see this marked on the map here. This is where our dropship is going to be landing. It says drop pod. I wonder if that's new. Anyway, yeah, we want to stay out of here. And I believe this is a primary objective. I'm not going to sit in this point yet, just in case it triggers something else. I'm going to take this piecemeal. In fact, let's sprint back out of here.
Confirmed.
And let them come to me. Okay, we got a Locust. Bunch of light mechs. So, yeah, not a threat. In fact, have you moved? Was that part of his movement? Or was that part of his turn? Or did he get skipped? Because he's not in any of these other initiative ranks.
Ready for orders.
We can't even get eyes on him. But that Locust moved quite far, so let's see if we can't get a shot on whatever this is instead. So that's obscured still. That is a clean line of sight. Another Locust, but it's not as evasive. So let's go for him. It's got the lasers, so he's actually somewhat of a threat. That's a decent amount of damage he can put out, but he does have very little armor in turn. Is that clear? Yep. I don't want that obscured penalty if I can help it.
Engaging target.
Okay, we only got 2 hits there.
Good to go.
But we are whittling away his evasive pips here, so the lasers should be able to deliver a good hit. Yeah, look at that. 2 hits. Both torsos. Spread that damage out. It's just a bunch of locusts. This is not a problem at all. Are these all laser variants? No, he's MGs. And he's lasers. So these are the 2 threatening ones. And I'm going to want to save you until they move so I can take off an invasive pip.
Affirmative.
I'm not in cover here. There's no cover anywhere on this ridge. I'd have to move out into these trees, so... That's actually kind of dangerous. We did beef up the armor, though, so... Let's actually start exercising proper face tanking. And I don't mean like the traditional face tanking, I mean facing tanking. So who's got the least pips? You have 3, so let's focus on him.
Good to go.
Need you over here. Make him slightly easier to hit. Oh, nice center torso shot. Now we can start finishing these guys off.
Move order received. Copy that.
Took out the leg. You get a nice called shot on him next shot. So with 30 HP,
Waiting for orders.
you have multi-target. So let's use that. In fact, actually, if you do multi-target, you can't do a called shot. So what are the chances it's going to hit that center torso? 33%. 50% if you do a called shot. Let's give him both lasers. And save the heat for the other mechs.
Did you see that? Did you see it?
I mean, it's kind of hard to miss when the camera's locked in on it. Can we get a better elevation bonus? If we jump over here, maybe? 50... 40... Okay, no, there's no light difference like it got in the optimum range for one thing or another. That was a miss. Okay, we do have enough resolve. We're inspired now. I believe that's an accuracy bonus. And that guy did not want to move very far. Still, we're going to reserve down, see what this other guy does. He might be an easier target. Well, he is the more dangerous target. Yeah, this thing's only got machine guns, so let's focus on this guy. Can I go for the melee with the machine guns? Yes, I can. Machine guns can be fired in melee. Normally, most weapons can't, but support weapons can, and they are also quite accurate. So, if you do have something that focuses on melee, it's really nice to, you know, load them up with some support weapons.
Waiting for orders.
Can I get a better shot? I have long-range weapons here, so let's pull back. 75. Can I get like a elevation bonus? 85. That's good.
Jumping. Aye, aye.
We are heating up quite a bit with that jump.
Enemy down. What can I do for ya?
Alright, who wants to kill this guy?
Waiting on you, Commander.
80%?
You betcha.
In fact, let's just do a precision strike. Right in the center.
Take this.
Not quite enough.
Engaging jump jets.
We could finish it off.
All weapons committed.
Might as well, right? This is the end of the mission.
Enemy mech destroyed.
Just have to get to the depot now. God, that smoke, that dust effect just absolutely kills the performance. Is that something I can turn off?
Commander.
Just gonna take a quick little look. Tree, texture, terrain, mesh, shadow effects. Motion blur. Okay. Hopefully that didn't mess up OBS. Oh, looks like we're so good. I probably should have waited between streams to do that.
I copy.
You know, on the go setting.
Taking the high road.
Okay, mission done.
Mission successful.
Yeah, these early missions are just a breeze. So I think I'm gonna make the executive decision here and just blast through the early game story content rather than sitting around at half skulls. So we did take a little bit of damage there. And if we do end up rolling all of these... Actually, no, we can't get a full locust because these are 1Es and this is a 1V. That does matter. At least I'm pretty sure. I might be thinking of a mod where you can combine different variant parts. But, we are actually going to go for the small laser. We do have 2 support slots on the blackjack that could be filled. So, you know, more lasers is more good. It doesn't cost, you don't need a ton of ammo. A literal ton, 1 ton of ammo for a machine gun. Or for a small laser, so... Yeah, so we're gonna go take that story mission, get that going, get out of this early game molasses zone. Yeah, but it's not like it's you know, mind-numbing. Still okay, still fun. Gives you some practice for when it gets harder, right? So Decker's still out for 3 days, and we did take a little bit of damage on something, so let's get that repaired. The locust, yes. 1 day. And then that spider's gonna be done in 2 days. So let's get that contract.
Bio-command.
Got a new financial report for you, Commander.
Alright, here's our bill for the month. Not much. You know, we got a nice little nest egg. We could spend some more money. This morale determines our start and resolve points. And it determines how much resolve we get per battle, or per round too, so... Generally speaking, if you're going to spend money, you might as well spend a lot of money. Because, you know, to get to 2 morale, that's going to cost me 432k. If I did 2 months of just 1 morale, that's 670k right there. You know, that's 200k extra than if I just did it in 1 month. So, if you wanted to get extra morale, you definitely want to be spending on the extravagant package rather than generous. And it's kind of the reverse here. Because we're saving... Well, actually, we're saving 100k if we go down to -4. As opposed to... that's about 50k. So it's a 50k difference for double the morale loss. I generally never have to worry about, you know, saving money on the expenses. Usually it's only ever, you know, buffing it. But let's just hold off on that. You know, we get good morale just by doing missions.
Job's done, Commander.
Is there any other refitting we want to do while we're on the way? Shadowhawk. Shadowhawk has got a bit of a strange loadout. It's kind of all over the place. First thought is drop the LRM-5s. And maybe swap out this SRM-2 for something bigger. But what do we have for missiles? We only have another SRM-2. We do have 2 SRM-2s. We could sit that. Have the equivalent of an SRM-6. That'll give us some nice short-range punching power. And then we might want to consider an extra ton of ammo. So that's 100 rounds split between 3 launchers. So 6 total. That's 60. No, that's 10 rounds is 60 missiles. Got quick math, mental math. I'm terrible at doing mental math quickly. That's, well, like 14 rounds, 14, 15 rounds of shooting. That's enough. 1 ton is enough, so we could just increase the armor. If we definitely want to increase the armor, because the Shadowhawk starts with pretty low armor. And let's buff up the rear armor with the last remaining bits, especially that center torso. And, actually, do I want that on the arm here? Tank with that. And move the ammo to the center. Or... Actually, no, I don't think we want ammo in the center torso, because if that gets crit, that's the center torso gone. And we do have, you know, decent structure there. You know, 90 HP, you can... Depending on what you're getting hit by, you can survive off 90 HP on the structure pretty good. But not if there's ammo in there, because all it takes is one crit on the ammo, and then your whole center torso is gone, your whole mech is gone, your pilot most likely dead. So, yeah, let's take the ammo out of the center and just stick it on the right here. We'll have our left side to tank with, even though the AC-5 is there. It would have been really nice if it was on the right torso, but yeah, we've got this left arm here to tank with. In fact, we're going to beef that up maximum. It's just a medium laser here, so if the right arm gets taken out, it's not too much of a loss. So that's going to be 8 days.
Right.
And that'll give us enough time to get the contract going. Is there anything else we want to do with the Vindicator? We did pick up that small laser. We got some slots free. We could swap the PPC to the left arm. Have this side as our tanking side. But that's 12 days on top of the time it takes for the what mech did I just refit? This is the Vindicator. I don't think we have a Centurion. No, it's the Shadowhawk. That's what it is. I had a little momentary lapse of intelligence there. So that's not going to get fit before we have to do our mission. So let's just hold off on it. This is a decent setup. I'd like to swap these LRMs for something else. And obviously move this stuff around to, you know, have a dead side to tank with. But that'll have to wait. Let's get that contract. Is that a no? Do I have to travel there? Or is there something important that I have to do first? I'm still in travel. Oh, I am going there. Okay. So yeah, that's 8 days.
I wrapped up that job you asked for, Commander.
So 8 days. How long was that refit? I can do half of it. I can do it in two bits. I don't have to do it all at once. Like, I can move the PPC over. That's 8 days. I move the LRM ammo. It's 9. I can wait a day. I'll just keep the heat sinks here for now.
On it.
So let's do that.
I'll let you know when that's done.
So, what time is it? Should be coming up to midnight-ish, I think. Let's keep going for a little while. I think I can go for a little while longer, as long as I get some water. Let's proceed. Mr. Liberia. Liberia? Oh, Libera, whatever. Mr. O, thank you for honoring my request to meet. I am Anne-Marie Cantrella. You've heard of my family name, I'm sure. Lady Cantrella, this is a surprise. I wouldn't expect a member of the Canopian royal family to even know who we are, let alone approach us in such a non-traditional manner. This is not a traditional contract. I don't need Comstar asking questions. Besides, there's no reason to involve the mercenary review board. I already know that I want to hire you. So I piqued your interest. Certainly. It's all flavor text. It's meaningless. It doesn't even change what they say in return. So you can just mash through it if you want. I'm pleased to hear it. The job you have, or the job that I have for you is a relatively simple one. I need you to recover something for me, and I need it done quickly. Quietly, even. In exchange for your services, I will pay down the interest on your rather sizable loans and buy you the breathing room you've been looking for. How do you know about... you know what? It doesn't matter. Just tell us what we're supposed to do what we're supposed to be recovering. This being a dropship. A ruined dropship. Derelict vessel, the Argo. One of only 2 ever made, and for over 200 years she's been lying in state on Axelis, a pirate moon in the heart of the frontier. I want her, and you are going to bring her to me. Yeah, and how exactly are we supposed to do that? I mean, that's a big ship, and she looks half cannibalized for parts. Look, you can see her ribs in the photo. I'm as enthusiastic about money as the next guy, but I'm a mech tech, not an aerospace engineer. I'll be damned if I can get that thing flying again. Relax, I have an engineering staff on hand to attend to the Argo. Their leader, Dr. Farah Murad, has built quite a reputation for herself in the frontier. You'll find a jump ship waiting for you at Alloway. It'll carry you to the pirate moon where you'll clear a path to the crash site. Dr. Murad and her team will go to work on the derelict, and you will protect them until the work is done. It should be well within your capabilities, Commander. Unless I've come to the wrong company, of course. Sounds straightforward. And I can see no reason why you wouldn't accept my offer. Do the job well, and there'll be more work waiting for you upon your return. You'll never find a better opportunity than the one I'm offering. I'm sure we won't. I don't see what other choice we've got. Because we're, railroaded into it. Because it's the story. I mean, you can play career mode where you just ignore. Not even ignore, the main story doesn't exist. And just go around doing contracts until you had your fill. Okay, where there's always a choice. In this case, we could take the job, or we could accept a life of desperate poverty. So I guess that means we're in. Very good. I'll forward your contact. Or I'll forward your contract. You know, your exploits in Solaris 7 are remembered in the Magistry. I watched some of your fights myself. I saw your potential. Let's hope you live up to it. Okay, I guess I was a little bit famous. I thought the backstory said that I was just some low-ranking 2-bit champ. I certainly didn't make enough money. Contract for Lady Central's derelict recovery job is ready for review. So we have 3 days left. Where's that contract? That's another journey. Do I want to do this one real quick? Destroy base. It's gonna be quick. I just have to blow up a couple of buildings. There's probably gonna be 1 lance guarding it, maybe base turrets. It's not very good money though. And we do have a nice bank. No, let's continue.
Calculating course now.
We got decent refits on some of our mechs. Swapping out the AC2s on the blackjack for large lasers really improved the firepower. We have 15 days. Is there any more messing around we want to do? We can finish the job on that Vindicator. We can move the heat sinks over. Now, I don't know if this is actually a thing in the game, but in the tabletop, this is what is called crit padding. You stack up a bunch of equipment like heat sinks and whatnot, all in one section, especially if it has ammo. And that way, when you roll on the critical hit chart to see what gets hit, chances are good that it's just going to hit a heatsink rather than the ammo. Again, I don't know if that's how it actually works in this game. I've never confirmed it. I've never looked it up, but it just feels like a thing to do. So, plus, it does free up the right torso to tank with. We don't want to lose 3 of our heatsinks, especially because we're running a PPC here. This whole right side, we can go all the way to our structure, all the way to our center torso even, so can we replace this aileron 5 with anything? We have an aileron 10, but that's extra weight. How much more weight is that? It's 5 tons. And that's 2, so... I'm not getting that. Can we drop this medium laser? We could stick it in the arm, but then if we lose that arm, we lose basically all of our weapons. So... probably want to just keep it there, little head laser. We do have a support slot. Can we free up half a ton anywhere? Not really. Unless I want to drop armor on the legs or something, but... no, I don't think there's anything we can do for the Vindicator. Oh wait. Other than the heat sinks, yes. Let's do that.
Logged and noted.
Does the Shadowhawk fit how we want it? Is there anything that we want to move around? Could move the jump chest to the center torso so we don't lose mobility if we lose torsos. Don't think we need to move any... the Blackjack. Does the Blackjack still have some tons free? Or did we max that out? No, okay, it doesn't have any tonnage. So I'm gonna say... and we can't slide anything around. We could drop a heatsink and add 2 small lasers, but that would degrade our heat efficiency pretty severely. And chances are we're never going to be firing those small lasers anyways. We're going to be using these large lasers at range. So no, we're not doing anything there. The Spider only has 2 energy slots and 2 support slots. It's got 8 jump jets. Do we want to keep the jump jets? Oh, well, okay, we definitely want to keep the jump jets, but do we want to keep 8 of them? Can we drop down to like 6? That'll give us a ton. Or 2 small lasers. Or a heat sink. We were having problems with heat on that second tutorial mission. So if I drop those 2... now, the Spider is going to be moving around to the rear, getting rear shots on there. It would be nice to get some small lasers, but, man, look at the armor. We might just drop the small lasers just for more armor. Especially in that center torso. Let's beef that up. And let's get some extra on the side torsos. And there we go. Doesn't cost any time to just change armor around.
Right. I'll get it in the schedule.
Okay, so we are all fit as we're going to be. So let's just move on that contract. Okay, what do we got? Extension. Banging noises draw you to shared mechwarrior barracks where you find Decker disassembling one of the leopard's internal walls. There are several panels neatly stacked beside it. Pauses and explains. There's a few cubic meters of dead space back there. I'm making room so you can stretch out without hitting the bunks. As reasonable as the sound, the banks aren't going to like you modifying their property. If only we had technician backstory. Oh, that's a character trait. Certain characters will have certain traits that come up in not story events, but random events like this, where you can get, extra little options. If we had that, we wouldn't have to pay anything. But I think if we do this, we get a little morale improvement. It's only 20,000 C-bills. Like, that's nothing. Yeah, morale increased by 1. There we go. If we did that with the monthly payment, that would have costed us like an extra 100k. So that's quite the deal. And we got 7 days for the financial report that comes in, but we've got the bank for it.
Ready to go over financials whenever you are.
Yeah, we got 4 months left. Yeah, that would have been 90k to get that +1 morale instead of the 20k that we paid. So, good deal. Alright, here we are. Let's proceed on this contract. Setting course for Lady Control's jump ship. It's strange though. This moon's the moon it's taking us to, Axilus, doesn't appear on any of my maps, which leads me to wonder exactly where are we going and how do they intend to get us there. So we are in uncharted space now. What a hell of a rough ride. Actually, man, like the expense of charting a jump ship just for us is actually quite astronomical. You know, they're going through a lot of money just to get this done. Okay. These crazy bastards use a pirate point to get us there. If we suffered a misjump, a sour stomach would be the least of our concerns. Leopard would have gotten irreparably mangled. Yeah, we could have been irreparably mangled. The cautionary holovids that they showed us at the academy are the stuff of nightmares. Yeah, so quick word, FTL travel is done through jump points. There's no like warp drive or anything like that. There's specific jump points outside of planetary gravity wells that, you know, facilitate easy FTL travel, you know, between systems. We're mercenaries. Our job comes with risk. Stop whining, you bunch of babies. Who cares if he could have been turned inside out? Grainy map. Yeah. Argo's crash site is here. Pirate stronghold. Yep. What do the defenses look like? Patchy at best. Strong anti-air cover, but little way of ground-based defenses. Lots of vehicles. A light battle mech activity. Alright, keep going. Entire structure surrounded the radar-guided... entire structure is surrounded by radar-guided anti-aircraft guns. Your first task will be to take down the radar tower so that Samira can approach the derelict. After you secure the crash site, you'll dock with the Argo and drop off the engineering team. And then somehow get a 200-year-old wreck flying again. That's good enough for me. Okay, we're going right into the mission. I forgot to spend experience. I don't think we have enough. Can I back out of this? On hold. Yes. Oh, no, not here. Barracks. Let's quickly see if you got anything to spend.
Waiting for orders.
Okay, we could start going up the gunnery tree. Now, we get 2 of these first tier skills, but we only get a single second tier skill, so we have to make a choice. It also locks us in there. So if we go with like sure footing here, we can't then also get multi-targeting. It's gonna have to be one or the other. Do we want to save up 1600 XP? We might have enough XP after this to get the next pip of guts.
Commander.
Waiting for orders.
You are going to want bulwark. That's my bulwark done. Yeah, see, 2 primary abilities, 1 specialist ability. You cannot retrain pilots. We're going to want to get up here, but do we want that before coolant? That's for 1800. Let's save that.
Good to go.
And you can't buy anything. Alright, so it was just the one skill we had to buy. It was contracts. Let's continue this. Let's get this priority contract going. Yep, okay. I just have to skip through all this stuff again. Yep. Continue. Move forward. Yep. It's like deja vu. Haven't I had this conversation before? Let's get rid of the locust and let's get the spider in here instead. And we are going to want Decker for the sensor lock, I think. You know, plus it's always nice to have him around. See how long he can survive. See if he's gonna succumb to the Decker curse and get killed off early. So, after this mission is done, I'm pretty sure this is like a checkpoint of sorts, or like it's the beginning of the game proper, actually, after this is done. So, in light of my throat feeling more and more scratchy as time goes on, we're going to do this mission. We're going to see the end result of that, and then we're probably going to call it for tonight. And pick this up next week. Okay, so this is a 1.5 skull. It's a story mission, though, so it's not going to be like a random... The forces are set, and I'm pretty sure I remember what it's going to be. We do get a decent amount of salvage and a good amount of money. Self-appointed bandit queen has taken control of the Argo, derelict dropship, and relic of the Star League Air. Oh, that's right, yes. I forgot. Another... BattleTech, the writing has some things to be desired. Specifically, like, canon-wise. A relic of the Star League is a very important sentence. It implies, or it has a pretty critical place in the lore. Star League was the ancient organization that brought everyone together and basically the height of humanity, the golden age of humanity. So the fact that this dropship is a Star League relic is practically invaluable. There's like no amount of money that you can spend, trying to recover this thing. And the fact that it's just sitting out here on this moon for 200 years and the pirates are just picking it for parts. No one made any effort to, sell it. Okay, you'll find Grim Symbol's radar stations just ahead. Defenses appear to be limited to turrets and ground vehicles for the time being, at least. We know that Grim Symbol has at least one lance of BattleMechs, so be ready for anything. Careful of the pirates' turrets as you make your way into the base. They pack a nasty punch. They can also sensor lock your mechs. Aim for the turret generators. Yeah, we know that. We did the tutorial. And there's the Argo. Oh, that... Okay, I never noticed you can actually highlight the structure. It counts as a... What about these? Yeah. Interesting. I never actually moused over this stuff. Alright. After the pirates' radar station's down, you'll be clear to proceed to the Argo. Good hunting. Yep. Let's get this going. Now, a moon. Moons are very bad for heat management. Now, you might think, oh, it's cold in space, right? No. It's a concern. I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, it is very cold in space. But it's a concern of atmosphere. Without an atmosphere... Oh, God. Mousing around. Without an atmosphere to dissipate, or to act as a medium to transfer that heat into, it's going to take a long time for our mechs to, dissipate that heat. You have to rely on just purely radiation instead of, is it convection? No, either way, we've only got radiation as far as heat goes, so the heat sinks are only 65% efficient. It's a pretty big hit. And we are really heavy on energy weapons, especially the spider. So I'm going to keep the jumping to a minimum if I can help it. The Shadowhawk is not too bad. It's got an AC5 and LRM. Actually, no. Yeah, that's right. I swapped the LRM for a bunch of SRMs. The Blackjack is going to be bad with 2 large lasers and the Vindicator with the PPC. So we're going to be struggling for heat here.
Good to go.
Let's reserve down.
Standing by.
Reserving action.
And get a lock on this turret.
Location confirmed.
What else we got? We got turret generator. Can we sneak around? Is there... No, there's a turret post back here, so they got that angle covered. And there's one back here. And Is there any over here? No, but there's no way into the base from... Actually, we might be able to jump over that. Yeah, we might be able to jump over that, so let's keep that in mind if we need to go into the base proper. Let's get a sensor lock on that turret.
No one else singing this. Wake up, you idiots! We've got company!
Just a light laser turret. This thing's really not a threat.
Giant BattleMechs. We can't fight against.
Oh,
Any more objections? Good. Get out there and fight!
A classic and overused and terrible villain trope of shooting their own men. You know, why do they keep doing that? Why do writers keep making it so, like, that doesn't make them...
Ready for orders.
At least to me, it doesn't give me the impression that they're, like, ruthless or brutal. It just gives me the impression that they're short-sighted and stupid. Like, that's a good way to get people to mutiny against you. Okay, so we're not in line of sight from this turret. We got the sensor locket, that's how we're seeing it. And we're still out of line of sight for it. Or out of its detection range. And we can get a nice direct fire on that. Yeah, look at that. With the maximum jump and the PPC, we are heating up quite badly already. So once we get this turret done, we can just go right into that generator.
Waiting for orders.
Can I move to a position where I can get a shot on that? No, I have to jump. But we'll have some turns to cool down here.
Tell me what to do.
And then, what's the line of sight on this generator? Maybe from the top of this crater here? We do have a vehicle. It's probably just going to be a somewhat light vehicle, maybe a medium vehicle.
Lifting off.
Oh, I saw it for a second, but it's moving too fast to get a positive ID. Alright, let's reserve, let them use their actions. So that, number 2, that's probably like a striker or something. I think those have 2 initiative. So that's a radar station. Can we get a shot on this generator? No. But we can just move up normally. So let's do that.
Engaging target.
And we missed.
No damage
It was pretty
detected.
far, pretty long range.
What can I do for you?
Alright, let's just move normally.
Coordinates received.
We got another vehicle back here. Okay, let's just brace. And cool off, brace.
Standing by.
We might get a shot on that turret generator once we get up here.
Coordinates received.
Alright, what you got? Okay, that was a very light vehicle. Initiative 3? That's probably like a 25-ton, 20-ton vehicle. Probably very lightly armed.
Waiting on you, Commander.
Can we see the turret post from here? We can't if we jump up, but we can if we move on the low ground. That's interesting. How much HP does that have? Oh, I can't see it until I actually get in range, but... Only 100?
Roger that. Firing on target.
Alright, one more volley,
Receiving.
and the Vindicator should take care of it. Hopefully. Actually, that's going to be 70 damage. What's your dead side again? It's your right side, so this is a good angle.
Roger that. Locking on.
Oh, it's only got 20 HP left. Okay, yeah. Right, because 2 large lasers is 80 damage.
Target destroyed.
Right, turret's down. We just got these vehicles to worry about. And these radar posts.
Yes, Commander.
In fact, you come over here and see what this is. It's a galleon. Medium laser, 2 smalls. And you have not enough armor.
Let's see how you like this.
Or you can just miss. You know, you can just miss. Let's keep working. I really shouldn't be using my ACs against these structures. I should be saving my lasers. Well, saving my ammo and using lasers instead. So that's probably a striker. We do have a bulldog. That's got a large laser on it. That's the most threatening unit on the field right now. And a pair of SRM4s, so we do want to stay out of that range. Can we get a melee hit? 80%? That'll do 60 damage?
Position confirmed.
Or we can just miss. That's fine too. You know, I didn't want to kill that. It would have been too cruel to stomp on it in hindsight. Although he's tickling me with that laser, that's annoying. Can you get a good shot on that bulldog? Yes, you can. Decent accuracy with everything too.
All weapons committed.
There we go. I think that was 100% hits.
Enemy unit destroyed.
What's up, boss?
And then there's this unknown vehicle here. Now we can get if we jump. It's going to be a lot of heat. Yeah, striker. That's exactly what I thought. Let's drop the medium laser so we don't overheat. And then we just have this little galleon to deal with here.
Good to go.
Can I get a shot on that? If I jump, that's going to generate too much heat. So let's just go for the radar post.
Special delivery.
Alright, one more volley, that's dead. Now you, Decker, can you actually kill this thing now, please?
Moving to position. Locked on for physical
There we
attack.
go. Is that so hard?
Reporting. Vehicle destroyed.
Did he hit my leg? Yeah, I got hit in the leg with a small laser by the looks of it. 20 damage.
I hear ya.
And let's take these large lasers off. In fact, we can... no, let's just fire both in case one misses. Let's expedite this process.
Brought it down, Commander. Orders. Affirmative.
And save that other ammo.
Taking the shot.
I could have fired the medium laser too, but... did not see it before I clicked it. 55... Let's save the SRMs.
Engaging target.
Alright, AA guns are down. Get to the crash site and secure the area. So, we have to get here. We could just go through the front door, but I want to try going around. See if I can't jump in. They might have some units, you know, hiding inside there. I want to get behind them. And this will let us cool down.
On my way.
We do have jump jets, so we
Moving out.
should hopefully be able to get over that. Maybe?
Commander.
Yes. Well, I mean, the Spider can. It's questionable if the Shadowhawk can with only 3 jump jets. You know, the fewer jump jets you have, the more limited your range is. Although we should be able to jump from there.
On my way. Moving out.
Alright, we got a full turn.
Engaging jump jets.
And there's no one in here. Must be a triggered spawn later on then. In that case, the Decker's just gonna run in there. Like, don't jump all the way. You're just gonna heat up unnecessarily. Alright, Decker. Spring the trap. Or do I want, like, maximum sprint? Is that maximum sprint? That's 6, and that's only 5 pips. That's 6.
Order received.
All 4 units have to be in here. Okay. Let's try not to show our back too much.
Moving to position.
Let's keep it against this wall if you can help it. Let's turn these lasers on so I don't forget, along with these SRMs.
Copy that.
Alright. Crash site secure. Clean approach. Wow, how handy that there's a nice little hole back here just fit for a leopard. And, what are we doing now?
Standing by.
We do have... Are we operating on initiative order now, or is it just leftover moves?
Roger.
Okay. Oh, that might be bad for Decker. Package delivered. Moving weapons to safe distance. Uh-huh. Clearing. And we got contacts.
Marines, clear the ship of pirates.
So we got Commando. A Jenner. That's a dangerous mech. Scorpion, another vehicle, and another light mech. So, you run away. Run away very quickly. Not into that rough ground, though. Is there something that'll block line of sight effectively? They might be able to run around or jump over, so, oh, come on. Maybe there.
On my way. Double time.
Alright, he's not doing anything. He didn't move very far either. So yeah, Jenners, 4 medium lasers, SRM 4. Only saving grace is that they have very little armor, and this guy even has less armor than normal. He's a filthy pirate mech, not repaired properly. Yeah, but normally, Jenner's very dangerous. Nice suite of weapons for a light mech. Runs a little hot, but with a good pilot, you can get some good work out of him. So in that case, since you didn't move very far, can I get in range? Yes, let's get that 75% to hit. And I want my... Is it my left side? Yeah, my left side. So, yeah, just like this.
Engaging jump jets.
This will heat up quite a bit, but it'll be worth it. Very little armor. We might be able to just blast this Jenner down with one volley.
All weapons committed.
Especially if we hit the center torso like that. Right, took out one pair of lasers.
Critical damage detected.
Scorpion's got an AC5. That's actually dangerous, especially without any cover. And that's 45 damage, single location. That's a very good weapon.
Good to go.
In fact, we might want to take that out rather than the Jenner. So what's your dead side? Is it the right side? Yes. So let's do that.
Moving out.
And we don't actually need the PPC here. If we had multi-target, that'd be nice. Because if that medium laser hits anywhere... Actually, no. If that medium laser hits, it's going to be left on 1 HP. So, combination, that should work.
Engaging with target. Vehicle.
Just wanted to be safe. You know, we don't want to take another EC5 hit. And this galleon just has some lasers. That's fine. So everyone else can focus on the Jenner.
Waiting for orders.
So that's obscured slightly. That's in line of sight.
Don't need to tell me twice.
Do I want to shoot the medium lasers at this galleon here? Do the split fire. That'll be 21 HP. That's 24. Yeah, so one medium laser hit will kill that galleon. Alright, so large lasers on the Jenner. It's only a 60% chance, so we're going to fire both of them at the galleon.
No problem. I've got enough guns for everyone.
Not quite enough to kill the Jenner. Wait, did I... I swapped my targets. I thought... Oh, yes. Jenner's A, not... I could have killed them both if I was, you know, paying attention. So the commando's back. It's the SRM variant. That's... Ooh. Oh, I took an injury there.
Yes, Commander.
Alright. You can finish off the Jenner, right? Surely. Especially with a precision strike. Center torso, 33% chance. It's only going to take one medium laser hit. Here we go.
Enemy down.
And we just got... Oh, Locust too. Okay. So that was a reinforced lance. 2 vehicles, 3 mechs.
Losing lots of armor.
Now, do I want to go in for the punch, the 85 damage melee? Or do I want to shoot? If I shoot... Well, if I... What's the hit on the AC5 is only 55% chance. And I would like to cool down a little bit. With 85 damage, if I hit anywhere, will it go all the way through? So we're looking at 37. Well, let's just do the easy numbers first here, shall we? That's 55, 70, 80, 87. That is not enough to kill the center torso if we hit the arm. Can we do it from this angle? No, I think we want to do it from the front, actually. Because if we hit one of the left or right torsos, that'll transfer into the center torso.
Engaging pistol attack.
We hit the arm.
Enemy mech.
Yep.
Critical damage detected.
Exactly what I didn't want to happen. 3 HP. Just kicked its arm right off.
I hear ya.
Actually, with split fire, that won't be too much of an issue.
You betcha.
And actually, let's get this right this time. So, Locust is A. I want the large lasers on the commando. And let's turn off one of the lasers so we don't overheat.
Uh-huh.
Perfect. Can we follow it up? Well, we got one of the missiles down and the laser. The SRM-6 is in the center torso on the commando.
Commander.
So we're going to have to kill it before we can take that missile out.
Location confirmed.
Which shouldn't be too much of an issue. This PPC should do it, really.
Engaging target.
Oh, we took out its leg.
Dr. Moran, the pirates have Alpha Squad pinned down in the Argo's main hallway. Bravo Squad is holding the door to engineering, but you better hurry up.
Sergeant? Talk to me.
You know, I don't actually remember hearing that that comm traffic the first time I did this. What if they added it? So if we do a called attack on the center torso, we should be able to kill it if both lasers hit. So let's not do a melee attack.
Position confirmed.
Do called... Only 75%. Do I want to spend a precision strike? If we kill him... It goes from... That's 80%. What am I targeting there? Okay. 75... That's not worth the resolve. Hopefully both of these hit.
Roger.
No, right torso. Now we get a crit on the SRM-6. That reduces its accuracy. Now, this commando is very close to what you call a zombie mech. You know, hardly any weapons or no weapons at all, but it's still walking. Who needs to cool down?
Waiting for orders.
Everyone is...
What can I do for
you, actually. You need to cool down, so just whack him. Headbutt.
I read you, Commander. Moving out. Did you see that?
Dr. Murad, what's happening in there? Come in, Doctor.
A little busy. The pirates are dead. But so are half of my engineers. It's an unholy mess in here. Bodies everywhere.
Can you get the ship flying again? I need an update.
Look, do you want me to talk or do you want me to fix the damn ship? You do your job, I'll do mine.
Did they not secure the engineering bay before they sent their engineers in? You know, losing half of them? That seems like a disaster of an operation going on in there.
Coordinates received.
Just keeping my evasion high in case something... Oh, it says 5 out of 7, so yeah, where's the rest of them? Alright, so you think you're gonna steal my ship, you miserable little scrub? Nobody steals from Grim Sybil. I'm gonna carve you like a roasted pig. That's a big mech. That is a heavy mech, actually. The first heavy mech we see in the campaign. And we also have a Shadowhawk to deal with. Yeah, the quick draw. It's a heavy mech, but it's actually it's the lightest of the heavy mechs. It does have a decent armament though. Decent amount of lasers. I'm kind of more scared of the AC-5 on the Shadowhawk. But if we can help it, we're going to want to do mech surgery on this quick draw here. Try to get all the parts. It'd be very nice to bolster our lance with that after this mission is done. So let's quickly... let's actually reserve. Let's get this Shadowhawk out of the picture. Okay, we probably want to move this Blackjack back somewhat. Although it hasn't been hit yet, so it can tank the armor a little bit. And then, do we want to... Yeah, let's get...
Good to go.
let's get moving here first. That should save us. That should get us out of line of sight from that quick draw.
Got it.
And do I want to save the heat on the lasers? Probably. Okay, we got 2 hits. 1 in the center torso. That's nice. You know, I honestly... I thought this was Decker back here, not the Shadowhawk. So, we might just want to sprint up here. Get a better angle next turn.
Standing by.
And we're going to reserve Decker.
Yes,
So he can do the, you know, the light mech tango where you reserve down to initiative 1, then you move and attack, and then you start at initiative 4 in the next turn above them, so you just move out of the way, you know. And, is that good range on the medium laser? That's too close for the LRMs, but it's better for the laser. Probably want... Well, this is 60%. Let's just split the difference here. Let's get that laser going.
Giving him everything I've got.
Okay, that sensor's impaired will slightly degrade his targeting ability. And you reserve until after this quick draw moves. Okay, he's got the high ground. He is missing with most of his lasers though, but his missiles did hit. Still, that's not too dangerous. We got the armor for it.
Commander.
So, what side needs destroying? Right arm has the laser. Right torso has the LRM ammo. It's the left side that has the AC-5. Can I get there? I can get here.
Confirmed.
And then I can jump back next turn.
Giving him everything I've got.
How do you miss 80%? Come on. No, 80% is not 100%. Yeah, so now that he's out here... Oh no, he's vulnerable. Nope, we're just going to jump back. We're just going to run away. In fact, can we, like, sprint so we don't heat up any?
Roger.
There you go, now he's safe. He's got lots of evasive pips too, in case someone actually does get a shot on him. We're going to want to move this Vindicator out, or at least position him better so he's tanking on one side. Can I get a jump jet over to his left side? Yes, here. So that will put my center facing the black, facing the quick draw. And I have a PPC. I actually don't want to get that close. I want to get away. I want to pull back from this. And preferably have my right side facing.
Jumping.
We are close to overheating here.
Confirmed.
Nice, a nice center torso hit. If you can get a precision strike on that, that'll be very nice. Just do a cold shot, get this Shadowhawk out of the fight as quickly as possible. There we go.
Enemy mech destroyed.
Alright, now it's time for mech surgery. So we've got center torso has the SRM4. Right laser, right arm, and right torso have 3 of the 4 medium lasers. So let's focus on that side first. Left torso has the LRMs. Fortunately, the right side is facing the mountain, so we're not going to get shots. So let's do the left.
Waiting on you, Commander.
Is this around? Not quite far enough around. But we can at least get a height advantage. And let's save the heat. Good, we hit the torsos. That's nice. Nice and weak for mech surgery. Did you have split fire, or is he just choosing not to fire? He was overheating, so that's why he's not firing. And Decker, do you want to do your thing? No, let's reserve down. And let's get the Shadowhawk moving. Can I get a good angle? If I move here next turn, I'll be able to get a shot on him. Is it my left side or right side that's dead? It's my left side, I think. Medium laser, SRM2s, yep. So left side. Which I can't rotate enough. So let's just, well, I can, if I do here. So, do I want to risk the center, this front aspect shot? I might hit the center torso. I want as much HP on the center torso as possible. You know, so I can do some, bleed over on the torsos and the legs. So, we're going to hold off on that. We're just going to brace.
Good to go.
And you need to cool down. So, yeah, let's just move over here. Next turn you'll be able to move around this hill some more. Takes you out of line of sight.
I hear ya.
Now you are going to have to jump to get a good angle. Even then you can't. So you might just want to jump and then brace, cool down. Especially that, And we have to jump to get off this hill. That's going to heat us up quite a bit, even just going this far. But still, if you're the only target that he can shoot... the Shadowhawk is also there, but you've got the armor, so let's just brace. You've got bulwark, so take less damage. Okay, he's just hopping around. I've got structure on the leg. The leg is getting a bit weak.
Waiting for orders.
Alright, now you can come in. Get a nice side shot.
Roger that.
Miss with one. Ah, that hit the center torso still. It's not good.
Orders?
And we don't want rear shots. fact, just sprint out of there. Don't get shot. Oh, camera. Okay, I think we can focus on him this turn. That AC-5 is going to miss, so... Still, we need that side shot. We can turn it off at least. Let's do some precision strikes here. Let's spend our resolve. Get that torso out of here. Good.
Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
We probably did a little bit of overkill. No, actually, still has 17 armor, so there wasn't actually any bleed through. And now that right leg is vulnerable, so next turn we can get him to knock down. That's going to be another pilot injury. If we can get this torso down this turn, that's going to be another. That's 2.
You betcha.
We don't have anything that like damages his stability, so we're going to have to destroy the leg to get it. Let's do another precision strike on that torso with the lasers. Let's see, that's 80, 105 damage. It's got 65 HP. How about this arm? That's 77. 65, that's 100, that's about roughly 140. So if you hit that arm, that's going to overheat us. So 105 damage should be okay, unless it hits the center torso. But well, even then, it's going to be barely alive, but alive nonetheless. More leg hits. Didn't get that center,
critical hit.
left torso down. But we're close. 25, that's just one medium laser away. Or we could hit his leg.
What's up, boss?
Can you get a side shot from where you are, or is it only front? It's only front. Still, if you do another precision strike, we can get that. Actually, what was the percent chance on that? That is 29 versus 18 for the legs. 17% chance to hit the center torso if you do this. Still, we didn't actually get any damage on the center torso, and if you do take out a leg, that's so much the better for us. That PPC will kill either of these legs with hardly any transfer to the center torso. If we overkill on this torso here, that's going to be 50 damage to the center, which I think we can afford.
Taking the shot.
We hit the center. Don't make this difficult for us.
Warning. Armor breached. Internal damage.
That's more leg damage? Yep.
Good to go.
So, Decker, can you be the savior here and get that leg or that torso down? You only got 2 medium lasers. You just need 25 damage. It's not going to kill it if it hits the center torso, so this should work. We're on the side profile. If it hits the arm, that's going to be bad.
Got it.
Hit the leg.
Receiving you. Good to go.
Could try some more medium laser shots. Either the torso or the leg. That's all we need. Just one hit. Got the torso. How much HP on the center? 42. So he's on 2 HP. Or he's got 2 injuries. I don't know how much health this pilot has. He might have 4. In which case, we're going to have to go for a headshot. That's going to be very unlikely. If we can't get the pilot kill on the leg when she falls over, we're just going to have to go for the other leg and get 2 pieces of quick draw instead of all 3.
Yes, Commander.
So, not you. Someone with a decent shot. Alright, so we have 42 HP left. That leg is 50 HP. Do we want to back out of this and jump over to this side, get that other leg?
Engaging jump jets.
Yeah, because this is 17 HP, which means single medium laser I believe if you're firing from below, you also have a higher chance of hitting their legs. So this is good for us. I wish I had a precision strike ready to go, but... or do I want to fire SRMs? That's 16 damage each, so 3 missiles are going to have to hit this. So 16, 32, 48. If I fire all 4, or all 3 SRM2s, that's going to be 48 damage total. And if all of them end up hitting the center torso, or all of them end up hitting the leg, that's going to... I mean, if... No, they can hit the leg. The bleed through won't kill it. So maybe just 2... I don't know, I really don't want to risk... Let's see... Yeah, 1632, 48. And that's 59 HP left. In fact, it's only going to kill if 5 of the 6 missiles hit the center torso. What are the odds of that? Because remember, if they hit the arm here or this left torso, it will transfer into the center torso. So what are the chances that 5 out of 6 missiles hit these 3 sections? Probably pretty high, so let's just do 4.
Engaging target.
Still not down, come on. How much HP is left on the center now? 26? 1 HP, come on.
Ready for orders.
You got a medium laser in range? 70%. You jump closer? 85, okay.
Lifting off.
Actually, we could try the LRM-5. If it's 1 HP, that's 20 damage total. I just need 1 missile to hit that leg. 1 missile.
Engaging.
Nothing.
No joy.
Is he not doing anything? No, because he got no weapons. Okay.
Standing by.
Decker. We need your surgery skills, and we got a precision strike. Nice.
Moving to position.
1 laser shot. Left leg. You can do it. Don't hit the torso.
Engaging with target.
That was the torso, wasn't it? Yes, it was. So we're down to SRM2 territory.
What can I do for you?
And we don't have the called shot. 1 SRM2. If both hit the center torso, it's dead.
Engaging target.
I saw 1 hit the center torso. Oh my god, look at this. We can't kill it now. No matter what amount of damage we do, it's going to bleed through and kill the center torso. Surgery was a failure. The patient has died. All your medical licenses are revoked. Unless LRM-5 does 4 damage. He's got a 40% damage reduction. What's 60% of 4? Is that 1 or 2? Is that 1 or 2? And can we make it so it only hits with 1 missile?
Waiting for orders.
That's 45. That's 85. No, we don't want to be there.
Acknowledge.
Alright. 1 missile only, please. Are you still alive? Did I miss? We're gonna have to go again.
Waiting for orders.
Brace.
Good for now. Cooling down.
You're just gonna sit there because you got nothing.
Ready for orders.
I'm really drawing this out, but I want to get an early quick draw. Early heavy mech would be nice. 1 missile. Hit the center. Damn it. Okay, we can get out of here now. I wasn't even in the zone. That's not even in the zone either. That's in the zone.
Move
Because I don't think that's in the zone. That's right on the border. I don't think it counts. No, it actually does count. 3 out of 4.
What can I do
Nice. Alright, the engines are online. Thrust control. I'm surprised this derelict can actually take off without breaking apart.
Mission successful.
Well, we didn't get the quick draw salvage. Just wasn't in the cards for us. That 1 HP bleed over. Come on. I think the LRMs would have done 2 damage anyways, because, you know, what's 50% of 4? It's 2. So what's 40% of 4? It's also 2. Effectively, with rounding, so... If you had a 60% damage reduction, if they had bulwark, that might have been just 1 damage. 60% damage reduction, yeah. That might have been. We might have been able to get it. If we had a couple more precision shots, we would have been good. Alright, so what do we get? Should we get that quick draw wreck? Yeah, sure. And that Shadowhawk wreck too. Shadowhawks are nice. And then pick up this SRM-6 to replace those on the Shadowhawk. Like, the total volley is the same, but it's more weight efficient. It's only 3 tons. Or it's either more weight or more heat efficient to replace 3 SRM-2s with just 1 SRM-6. So what else did we get? AC-5s, nice, a pair of AC-5s and the large laser, good haul. A bunch of small lasers, heatsink, SRM ammo, pretty good haul. Alright, what do we got now? I think we're going to be treated to a nice little cutscene of the Argo taking off, and then I think we're going to call it. Because I can feel my voice dying as I speak, both figuratively and literally. There she goes. I'm surprised she's not disintegrating to 1,000 pieces. Anyway, yeah, the Argo is basically, it's a giant piece of lost tech, which is incalculably valuable in this setting. Like, you could sell this to a great house and be set for life. Not just you be set for life, your family will be set for generations. You know, the amount of technology that must be on board that dropship, and it's just sitting on that moon for 200 years, that, you know, the Canopians apparently knew the location of the entire time. Or, I guess, Camilla knew the location of the entire time. Her family knew that there was a lost tech dropship sitting on that moon, and they did nothing with it. So maybe Bad Uncle is right. Maybe Espinosa is right. You know, maybe the Aranos aren't doing the best for the Aurigan Reach. Alright, you've done excellent work, Commander. You've earned yourself an opportunity to do more. Meet your real client. I don't believe she needs an introduction. Happy to see you again. You've done well for yourself. The old man would be proud. It must come as a shock to you, seeing us here at Alloway, seeing us at all. I apologize for that, but I had to be sure you were the mechwarrior I remember before reaching out to you. And now the Argo is on... Now with the Argo on its way to Lyreton for repairs, I know you are everything I remember and more. So, let's see. Should we be the jerk? Yeah, sure. Go easy on her, Commander. She's been living in exile since Espinosa stole her throne. Broadcasts of her death were directed propaganda. Yep. Let's see, Lady Centrella was right about the propaganda. My uncle's directors run on lies, though in this case they very nearly became true. Directed assassins pursued us into the frontier. In the months following the coup, we had more than our share of close calls. Eventually we gave up looking for us, and we've been living in exile ever since. Okay. Well, okay, why are you here now? Or why are you contacting me? Even though it's, you know, pretty obvious since we got the whole story in the introduction. She wants us to get her throne back. And that's the problem with retroactive storytelling. There's no surprises unless it's done, you know, really well. Like Fight Club is a retroactive story. It's told in retrospect, and it still manages to, you know, get the twist in there. I imagine you've already guessed I intend to seek justice for my uncle's crime. I intend to take my throne back, but I can't do it without you. We have resources and army drawn from all across the frontier. Perhaps most importantly, we have patronage of Lady Centrella and the tacit support of her government. That means money, a great deal of money. Magistry is bankrolling you, huh? Unofficially, yes, using Lady Centrella as an intermediary. The Magistry sees Camilla's claim to the throne as an asset worth paying for. Yeah, Camilla is a bit short-sighted in this, I think. You know, the Canopians are paying for her war effort. They're paying for her to get back on the throne, so they're basically paying for the throne. You know, the Oregon coalition reach, I think Reach is the region. The coalition, whatever Kami's going to call it, is just going to be, you know, massively indebted to the Canopians. They're just going to be like a vassal state at the end of this, so, you know, I mean, I guess she has her throne back. There's that. They want to see the director dealt with, but it's their interest to do it themselves. They prefer, it isn't their interest to do it themselves. They prefer to keep their own hands clean. Tensions between the Turian Concordant and the Federated Sons are high. Uncle's military posturing could be viewed as provocation by either side. If the open conflict between superpowers were to erupt, it'd be difficult for anyone to remain neutral. The Magistry wants us to avoid getting dragged into a major war. And you're House Centrello's best hope for a clearing solution. They fill your war chest, you remove the director from the board, and the Magistry lets tensions between the Federated Sons and the Turians simmer down on their own. So, my uncle betrayed me. The Founding Council has been reduced to a handful of powerless figureheads. Our very identity has been cut away and discarded. House Espinosa is long overdue for a reckoning. With your help, I will bring them one. Join me and we will not fail, and rule the galaxy together. Wait, wrong IP. This company is business, not a charity. If you want us to win your throne, it's going to cost you. Expect nothing less. We are a mercenary, after all. Yeah, wars don't pay for themselves. Pledge yourself to me, and I will buy your company's debts. All of them. Well, the Canopians will buy our debts. You know, they're bankrolling this whole operation. So is it really paying off the debts, or are we just transferring our debts from a bank to a house? You'll be free to travel and see clients as you please, so long as you come to me when I call for you. And on that day that I reclaim my throne, your obligation to me will be forgiven, your debt wiped clean. Of course, you will be paid for every battle and fight at our behest, at a rate that will feel quite generous given the clientele you're accustomed to. Thanks to House Centrella, we have money to burn. I don't like the thought of being some noble's pawn, but I don't like being in hock to a bunch of loan sharks either. Yeah, I agree with that. You know, one of them has a use for you, the other just wants your money and is going to kill you for it. Okay, money to burn, I like the sound of that. We're in. You made the right decision. You'll see that for yourself soon enough. I'll take my leave of you. I have an army to rally and preparations to make, but I won't be long before I contact you again, and when I do, I'll need you ready. Prepare yourself and your company. Our war is about to begin. Alright, so we got no more debt, which means we can go anywhere we want. And then... oh, we got most of a Centurion in the cargo hold. Nice. Yeah, so we got the Centurion ready to go. We just need to put some stuff on it. We got a pair of AC-5, so I think it only has a single weapon slot. Well, anyway, that's going to have to wait till next time. Because I'm afraid if I talk anymore, I'm going to lose my voice. So, thanks for joining. Thanks for watching. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed this little intro to BattleTech. I'll definitely be continuing this. Yeah. See you next time. Goodbye. I've got the right screen on this time.